derivative still.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jimmy's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that lo-make soup?
Hello and welcome to Plumik Tea Time number 120. Happy 4th of July. Today's stream is a very special one because I just watched Flight of the Navigator 1986. I'd watched bits and pieces before, but this is my first time watching it all the way through.
Oh, wow.
The first time I watched it, I was probably like, oh, what's going on? This isn't interesting. Oh, look, there's a spaceship. But this time I was actually paying attention. And this was a good movie to pick for today because it is set on July 4th in 2 different decades. And yes, this was the first time I gave it more time than just, hey, look, there's a fun spaceship. And it's a really charming movie. It's got a lot of fun adventure and stuff, and it's great. It's some good sci-fi. And if this is ever played in the theater, I think that I would definitely try to take my children to it. If there's a replay of it, you know how they play old movies sometimes. And so this was a movie from 1986. So next year will be its 40th anniversary. It was directed by Randall Kleiser and written by Mark H. Baker, Michael Burton, and Phil Janu.
You know, a fun fact is that Brian De Palma actually wanted to direct this movie.
Huh.
All right. Well,
That's
thank
cool.
you. Thank you for the fun fact. It stars Joey Kramer as David Freeman. He's a 12-year-old boy who's the main character of this movie. Yes, it is a kids movie, but it's also a science fiction movie, and it's a good adventure. And it also features a very early appearance by Sarah Jessica Parker, and she remembers absolutely nothing about being in this movie except she got paid.
Oh,
Nice.
really? That's funny.
Kind of, yeah. That's why one of the trivias I like the most is kind of like, oh, that I don't remember what that was, but yeah, I got paid. And so it was budgeted for 17.5 million. Did it make money in the box office? I didn't look up that part. Do you know?
I think it made like double what it was what they paid to make it.
Oh, good, because that would be exactly what it needed to just be okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. But
it budgeted $9 million. It made it 18.6.
Yep.
And it's also, whenever you're bringing up sort of box office and profits and whatnot, don't forget this was back in the early days of home video cassette.
Exactly.
So there would have been home media revenue to be made.
Yeah.
Home media. Were there any toys for this? I don't know if there's
no toys. But the original title was called Vanished. Because of the the whole time jump, time skip, and everything. That was the original title.
Very cool, very cool. Well, I told you about my first time watching it. Do you remember watching this for the first time, Theta?
I don't remember the first time. I remember renting it from Blockbuster so many times, though. I couldn't even keep count. It was just one of those things where my grandparents they would they watched me every week and every weekend anyway, and so every Friday I would go over there. My grandma would pick me up, and we'd go we'd go on a shopping spree to Toys R Us, and I'd get a few toys to play with over there, and for the weekends, and then we go to Blockbuster and rent about three to four movies or whatever, cartoons or whatever. And this was one of the ones that I would rent over
would
and over
replay.
again. Exactly.
That's a great that's a great experience. What's your experience with this movie, Scotty, or 37?
It's vague. I do recall renting it. I don't know from where. Actually, it was probably a mom and pop place called Video Flicks. But I do remember getting it. I remember knowing about it because Pee-wee was in it.
Yes.
And I only knew that from recognizing the voice because famously Paul Rubens was like very, very private in terms of his private life. His performing life was very much buried in Pee-wee. And with this, they credited him as Paul Mall, which is also the brand of cigarettes.
Yes. Yeah.
Smoke.
He wanted it to be a surprise for everybody, so he didn't want the credits of his name in the credits. So he
That's what I
changed it,
hear
yeah.
too. That's what I heard too. And if everybody didn't tell me that he was the voice of the ship, then I would have been surprised.
Really, it was very noticeable to me.
Well, not at first. I mean, when he was
not at
being
first.
very robotic.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
so the moment I find out is when he laughs. When he says, "Hey, try laughing. It makes you happy." And that's when, oh, that's who this is. Is when I think I would have known. Of course. And so there are a lot of people joining us in the chat, it sounds like. So we better say hello to them. And first, Gavin was.
You have it set up to where whenever somebody joins, you have the you have the transporter. Oh, dude,
Yes,
is that Stream Elements?
No, this is it can get annoying sometimes. I can mute it. It's it's
no, but how do you do it?
It's Mix It Up Bot. It's a Mix
I'm
It
gonna
Up
make a
Bot.
note
It's
of that.
a third party app. It's just for fun.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note of that because I want to do something. That sounds cool.
Yeah. Oh, Gavin is not just first, but second and third.
Make It Up
It's
Bot.
all of the Stooges. No, I can't.
What'd you say it was? Make It Up Bot?
Mix It Up Bot. And
Mix It Up.
It stops working every once in a while, so it's not perfect, but it definitely makes makes it fun, and I like to know when people arrive.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hate missing that someone showed up.
Yeah, that sounds. Thank you. You're just helping me all over today with the screenshots and with upgrade. These widgets and stuff. You're awesome. Thank you.
Well, and speaking of watching this movie for the first time, JRC 99 US says that is the first movie that I saw in movie theaters as far back as I can remember. I was
as far back as I can remember. I always wanted to be a gangster.
Hey, Jersey.
Oh, Branko says he wasn't really impressed with this film, but it has great special effects, and that's definitely something it was commended for of its time, using CGI when it wasn't used a whole lot back then.
Well, that is something, like when I first watched it, I got bored in the first half and loved the second half.
Yeah.
And didn't really revisit it that much. Like I think I watched it again once in the late 90s. And then today watching it, it really tugs on my heartstrings. I think that I think it's more emotional than I remember it because I wanted to see Fancy, like you said, Jill. I want to see Fancy Ship. And I want to hear Pee-wee. But watching it again, I was like, oh man, this is that. If only I had an attention span when I was a child.
Well, especially finding out the actor's backstory after this movie. There's a documentary called After the Flight or something like that.
Did you watch that?
I haven't gotten to, but I did doing some research about this movie. I found out that documentary existed and the trouble that the actor what was his name? Joey Kramer.
Yes.
Yeah, so Joey Kramer
he got in some legal trouble. He tried to rob a bank. What?
Yeah, lots of stuff. Yeah, he had some major issues after this. And what he actually was going to or no, it wasn't that he was going to be or actually he was going to be in a certain role, but I forgot what it was. But he was it was this could have been Joaquin Phoenix or Chris O'Donnell in this role,
Wow.
but he got the job.
I think he's
I
really
didn't even.
charming too.
Wow, that'd be
I do
lame
too.
to see a kid walking Phoenix. Hello in the chat to DJ Knight.
Hey, DJ.
Good to see you. And who else is here? Gavin's still here. Good, no problem. He was okay with. Sorry, I had to start a little late today, but it was just to make sure everybody in this house got fed, and I got this thing prepared the way I like. And thank you for being here, Watcher X. Watcher X is here, and also it's Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
It's Courtney's Fellowship of
Hey,
Oddballs.
it's Courtney, Fellowship of Oddballs. Hey, I might be one of your fellow in your fellowship. I'm an oddball.
You might be an oddball.
I am.
It's like a Bill Engvall joke. Here's your sign.
Canadian Spider-Man is
Howdy.
on Rumble today.
Yeah, a lot of people are starting to use Rumble now that YouTube is starting to do their manipulation tactics again, and so yeah,
That's exactly what
all
he's
the better.
saying. He's
Yeah.
saying YouTube pissed me off today by showing too many scam ads. So I'm done
Yeah.
for now. Oh.
Yeah, we really all need to start double streaming on Rumble, because that's going to be the future. YouTube's just they're not helping the smaller creators to they're not even like sharing the videos when you start streaming or have a video out. A lot of people
Well, did
don't even
anybody get their notifications?
I didn't.
If you didn't, yeah, I need to know from people who didn't ring their bell, or maybe people who did ring their bell didn't get a notification.
Yeah, no, I ring I ring all the bells for everybody in this group, in this family, and I rarely get notifications. Stark is the only one that I always get notifications for, but I think that's because that's the one that I'm usually in the most. But for the most part, yeah, I don't get notifications for people. So I have to check
Oh,
on
okay,
I have to
okay.
check on Twitter and make sure what's going on with people.
So also here is Nim 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 Nim, just popping in to wish all of the USA a happy 4th of July. Glitters. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Nim Nim Nim.
For today, you celebrate your Independence Day.
Let's see.
You know, from the movie.
Yeah,
Oh,
from
That Judd
Independence Day.
Hirsch film.
Bill
Oh, yeah.
Bill Pullman.
I love Independence Day. That's a
I
good
love
movie.
it too. I
Yes,
do too.
of course you can hack an alien spaceship with an Apple computer. I believe it.
Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, Apple, especially back in the day.
Jedi Masters 2022 is here. Hello.
Hello, Master.
Master Jedi.
Hey, he is just one away. One sub away from
Ooh.
230. Look at that. So go ahead and check
Nice.
him out over here if you like Lost in Space or other classic sci-fi around that time period. Come check out Jedi Master 2022.
He's also
Yeah.
a hilarious Muppet whatever you would call a Muppet
Puppet show?
Puppet show guy.
Puppeteer.
Yeah. Puppeteer. That's it.
Old Man Burr says, State of the Grid, the storm reaches Austin in 15 minutes and will reach Jill if this is another 6-hour show. I will try. Actually, I don't know if this is going to be a 6-hour show. I don't know how long it's going to take.
It's a short movie, so
yeah, I don't think it'll. I hoping it doesn't take too long, because I want everybody to go check out Retro Nerd Girl later on today at 4 Eastern, 3 Central. She's
Retro
having
Nerd Girl, huh?
Oh no, studio instability issues. Why would this pop up on my StreamYard suddenly right in the middle of the beginning of my show?
It popped up on mine too.
Because we are an unstable studio.
It might be the browsers that we use. I use Chrome. So are you using Chrome?
Yes, I'm using Chrome, but as a temporary workaround, turn off those features while we work on a fix.
I'm fine. I just clicked the
Oh,
X.
virtual backgrounds. I don't use I don't use
Oh,
virtual
yeah.
backgrounds.
Okay, I
don't
don't
use-
yeah.
I don't use touch up my appearance. The
No.
webcams already, fudge you up
Yeah.
a little bit. You don't need that. It
Yeah.
kind of makes you look like Play-Doh when you try that feature.
Old
Okay,
Man
so
Bird.
let's see. YouTube sucks today, says Spidey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Female silver Uther. That's hilarious, babe.
What's
I
going on?
didn't notify.
Shalabal.
Oh,
What
Old
was
Man
that?
Bird with the 9.99.
Shalabal is the name of the lady Silver Surfer.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
I just
well,
heard some
okay. I'm
fun-
glad they didn't. Well, isn't Shellaball? Well, I don't know if y'all know this, but in the comics, isn't Shellaball the actual woman that Norrin Rad was in love with? Started the whole thing in the comics.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she does become a herald of Galactus.
So maybe that does make sense in terms of the multiverse. Not that we're here to talk about Marvel cinematic universe, but maybe in that universe, instead of Norrin Rad getting killed, maybe it's Shallow Ball that got the choice to be the herald. So maybe that makes sense. So all right, I'll let it
can't
pass.
wait. Can't wait to check it out. Looking forward. Old Man Bird with $9.99 in the chat.
Yes, thank you so much for the support, Old Man Bird, for the $9.99 super chat. He says, "No bell, and I was notified 1 hour before. But if you were on 6 to 7 hours like the last 2 weeks, who wouldn't see it?" Well, okay. I don't know if we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna.
That's
try
why I
to-
always tell everybody to check my Twitter, and if I get my Discord set up, check the Discords, because that's the real,
Okay.
to get notified. That's the way you're really gonna find out what's going on with our channels, because
Okay, so
YouTube sure as
speaking
hell
of,
isn't gonna do it.
talking about this movie, it starts with blue skies, and okay, so first we get what looks like a silver saucer flying through, and so there's a lot of imagery in this movie of flying saucers, and so that's a lot of fun, a lot of fake outs. Going into this movie, you're supposed to get sci-fi, so it teases you.
Well, yeah.
And it's strange for a kids movie that it is a slow burn to get to the space.
Yes,
True.
yes, it teases you, but it starts out with dogs. I mean, kids love dogs too, so it's a cute
True.
beginning to a movie, I think. Anyway, let's see. Oh goodness, that doesn't work the way I want.
Now, I'm not sure if this came out in the same year.
It came out in '86.
Is that the same year? Remember the movie The Explorers?
Actually, the video that I was talking about the Return of the Navigator or whatever, the backstory, they were talking about the Explorers. It came out the year after.
Okay.
The Explorers came out the year after this.
It just seems like another one of those sort of Armageddon Deep Impact
exactly
kind of things.
Yeah.
But also Veronica Cartwright. This is not her first venture into science fiction. Well known for being an alien.
True that. You know what's funny? Well, I guess we'll get into it later. No, we'll get into it later when we talk about the deep dive into what the plot is.
Oh, right. Alien. Thank you.
Yeah, DJ Knight. If Jerry Ryan wants to be the Silver Surfer, I'm totally down. But I haven't seen the actress who's playing Shalabal.
Shalabal. I love saying that. Shalabal.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is.
It's almost as cool as Norrin Rad.
Almost. Just it's almost there.
Well, Well, because of weather problems, they had to shoot in Florida, which ended up working out. Oh no, I have to help my daughter. Just a second.
No problem.
For sure.
As far as shooting in Florida, they did have to get other production companies like from Norway and I think I forget where the other place was, but the USA the whatever studio backed this, they didn't want to back it 100%, so they got because they didn't know if it was going to do well or not. So they kind of like hedged their bets and got a few other production companies from around the world to kind of
Oh,
pitch
right, like
in.
Norway.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying.
Oh,
Norway,
is that what
yeah.
you said? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Very well done. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I do love the shots of Norway from the spaceship. Those look really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, based on a story by Mark H. Baker.
Well, and so
And
another movie like this is kind of an interesting. I don't even know if it's a similarity or if it's just coincidence, happenstance. But this definitely does borrow a bit from E.T.
Oh, yeah,
and the Explorers.
yeah. I was actually wondering at first when I rewatched it if it was a Steven Spielberg movie because I was thinking about having a theory that this takes place in the same universe as ET, just like in Star Wars. They have the extraterrestrials in the Senate and stuff like that. So I was kind of thinking in the back of my head, I wonder if this takes place. I have a theory maybe this takes place in the same universe, but unfortunately, it wasn't a Steven Spielberg.
no, and some people would get Joy mixed up with the kid from ET, so maybe that wasn't an accident.
Yeah.
So in this scene, we have David practicing his moves with Bruiser, but Bruiser isn't doing so well. He's just a puppy, and he just wants to have
Yeah.
fun. But
And
Jeff's a little
Bruiser
bit mean
just
about
wants
it.
to have fun. And Bruiser just wants to have. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, things usually a movie is set up and payoff, but this is just set up and there's not a lot of payoff in terms of things like, oh, I'm going to teach you to be a better dog. There is a little bit of payoff in terms of what Jeff does. What I suspect Jeff does when in the future when in 8 years. So I guess that one does have payoff. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would have been cool at the end of the movie if Bruiser had like someone threw something and Bruiser had jumped up and saved David by catching it.
Yeah.
He didn't save David, but he did jump up and do a somersault later on in the movie.
This is true.
True.
So then, okay. Oh yeah. This was supposed to be the first movie that had not the first, but one of the first to have an entirely electric musical score. I feel
Oh,
like
I
there was
didn't know
definitely
that.
more. I'm sure there was definitely more. I don't know what the other ones are. But I know that even Forbidden Planet had some electrical stuff in it, but I don't know.
Was it?
That's interesting.
I thought it was the theremin. I thought they were using the theremin.
Oh, is it just the theremin? They didn't use anything electronic? I felt like they used some electronic stuff.
Theremin is electronic.
Well, then that's electric. Okay. Then there you go.
You just proved her point.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? I totally missed it in my slides, but I got it in my video.
Mm.
Oh, I click it right. That's how I do it.
Yeah, I like this. I like this
Nice.
little fake out. I like the little fake outs that they do.
Yeah.
Yes, I like the fake out too. So you think, oh, the spaceship's here.
Yeah.
But
The cool.
The humanity.
Yeah. Oh no, the Hindenburg. But what I love about this movie too is that it really the way that it does lighting and stuff, like the opening, it's very bright and sunny and everything, and then when it gets to a later part, the way that they do the lighting, it gets very dark, and it kind of matches the mood of how you're supposed to be feeling. I love it when movies do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. So Jeff's teasing David about having a crush on Jennifer. And
As
David
you do.
starts, yeah, and then they start, they start fighting and everything, and then the real thing of the '70s shows up, where Jeff is like, "Hey, can I stay at this random person's house for whatever amount of time?" And without even talking to Billy's parents, just like, "I'm going to stay at Billy's."
Oh, well, no,
And
hang
then
on. There is something just before he jumps out to the back, and it's like, fine, just don't stick your face in some fireworks, son. They are riding in the flatbed at the very back of a station wagon, which was one of my favorite. My parents never had a station wagon, but whenever like I went over to a friend's house and we had to go
My
to
uncle
the
had
store or
one.
whatever. Yeah, but like riding around in the back like some sort of loose cargo, it was amazing. Completely unsafe, and I assume that the lady who was driving the station wagon was chain smoking with the windows up as well.
Yeah.
Just like my grandma.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all noticed this, but the dad of this movie, he was actually the guy that was the bounty hunter in The Wizard, chasing down the kids.
Oh, really?
I don't know. If
It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Oh yeah. I noticed. I remembered the face. I couldn't get it out of my head. But yeah, as soon as I saw that face, I was like, "That's the guy. That's the guy that's chasing down those Fred Savage and the Wizard and that other girl."
See, yeah, and that's the reason.
Oh.
That's the reason I can't watch The Wizard. It's kind of the same reason that I can't watch Interview with a Vampire, because I did eventually develop a crush on Kirsten Dunst, and I was like, I don't want to. I
know what you mean.
Child.
You know what's weird?
The Wizard. Well, just to finish what in reference to The Wizard is Jenny Lewis, who went on to front Rilo Kiley. I certainly had a crush on her. Went to go see a Rilo Kiley concert, and we made eye contact, and it made my year that year. And
I bet.
Yeah,
I had a best friend that looked exactly like her.
If I could just finish, I can't go back and watch those when they are underage little girls. I just feel weird. So you were saying?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I had a best friend that looks exactly, or she did at the time when we were kids. We were the same age, but she looked exactly like her, and it was so like every time I watched the movie, I always thought of my friend Brittany. She was so beautiful, and I was just like, oh man. And so I kind of get
named
the same
after
feeling.
a chipette.
True.
Yeah. Oh, Female Surfer says that she's on barbecue duty. So yeah, duty calls. Please leave your Rumble channel. I don't have it on hand. I have it somewhere. I'll start sharing that soon enough. Sorry about that.
Here, I'll search for it. And Scotty, I do apologize for interrupting you. I just
no biggie, man.
Got excited.
Oh,
I just wanted to close off my anecdote. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. You guys were sharing some fun information. Howard Hessman, Johnny Fever's in this movie.
Well, an Old Man Bird. I don't think you got a video for your super chat, so I must see. First things first.
Absolutely smashing.
Oh, I should have muted the.
Play another one because it was echoey.
Yeah, I know, but I can't find Booger. Oh, I found it. Booger. There we go.
In this one, he's a scientist.
Yes.
All right. That's enough of that shit. Let's get this show on the road.
She's an astronaut.
Oh.
Nim 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 says pizza face. Haven't heard that one for a while. Oh, must
yeah.
be reading the screen. Yeah, they call each other names, and a lot of names are they're very insulting to one another, like every normal brother. Happy 4th, everyone, says Classic Comics. And Gorilla
Happy
says, good
4th.
luck, can't stick around. I'm 6 beers in and 2 THC drinks, and I only have 3% battery. Oh man,
Oh.
3% battery. Charge your phone. Charge it now.
Hang it to a kite, like one of the founding fathers.
Oh,
just take it out into
hey.
a storm, strike it by lightning. It will come back to life. Also, I've never had a THC drink. Let me know how they go.
Yeah, that sounds strange. RVM 371. Thank you so much for supporting the channel with the $5 super chat. He says there's coffee in that nebula. Hi, Jill. Happy 4th of July. Yes, you caught me. I am drinking my coffee. Coffee, the finest organic suspension ever devised.
God bless America.
I'm trying to post your Rumble, but it says comment failed to post. I don't know.
Can you put it in the private chat? I'll give it a try. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stand beside her and guide her from the thing to the thing and the thing. Bingo, bango. I think that should work. Yep.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Follow Antiderivative Jill over there.
On the rumbles.
On the Rumble side.
Ravage. Eject.
I'm going to throw the tea in that harbor again, Gorilla.
Ha!
Thank you, Spidey. All right, so let's go over here and go back to my notes. So Jeff's dropped off at Billy's place, and they're gonna have some fun, I guess. And the brothers trade insults as they pass, and so I have a clip for that because this is the recurring theme in this movie.
It's because I'm not a wrench. If you want to share that. Gotcha. The 70s, when kids had more freedom than government agents and less supervision than your drunk uncle's fireworks show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so and then immediately after this, You're the One That I Want plays, which is notable because it's from Grease, which was released in 1978, also directed by Randall Kleiser.
Oh, that's right. I do remember hearing that. Yeah.
See, for a director whose name that isn't one that, doesn't pop off my noggin, he's done 2 very, very well-known movies as far as my perception goes. Like, Flight of the Navigator is something I remember from my childhood, and Grease is something that everyone told me I should watch in my childhood.
Oh, yeah. Grease is so beloved. I mean, you're exactly right. For somebody that is not well known, he has done some amazing work.
Mm-hmm.
So I was always, when my first through watching this, I was kind of upset that they kept bringing up Jennifer and then nothing happened in this movie. But at the very end, I'm going to tell you, well, we're going to reveal. Data probably knows what was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
There was something deleted that we're going to talk about later.
Really?
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping.
Yeah,
I was kind of hoping Jennifer. I was kind of hoping she was going to be Sarah Jessica Parker.
That's exactly
it. That's the secret. Yeah. There was supposed to be
that was a guess. That was a guess.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you hit it right. They hit the nail on the head. It was supposed. There was supposed to be a love story, like a love interest between Sarah Jessica Parker and David, and it was supposed to be this girl, but it was they didn't ever film it. It was just it was in the script, in the original script.
Okay, so going all the way to the end of my notes here.
What up, Brogu?
Okay, so yeah, this was a deleted scene. She was just completely deleted from the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for this beginning. This was supposed to be a subplot where
And they should have went for it because they had plenty of time in the movie. I mean, this is a shorter movie, so they had plenty of time for this love interest. Side plot. It would have kind of wrapped things up a little bit more. Have him, have a more happy ending. And I don't know. I think they should have went for it. But yeah, go
I
ahead,
think so
sorry.
too, and it would have made sense based on what we learn about Carolyn later, that she had to move around and stuff. Maybe she was in
Mhm.
witness protection and had to change her name from Jennifer to Carolyn at some point.
And it explains
It
why
would have
she
made
went out
sense.
of her way in the, well, we'll get to it later, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to it later, but it really, those two characters, merging these two storylines would have made the film even better than it is.
Yeah.
Because otherwise this is just, oh, hey, Jennifer, we're never
Yeah.
going to see you again after I peep on you through my
Yeah.
telescope.
It's Chekhov's Jennifer.
He's a peeping Tom.
Anyway, yeah, it would have been really cute if they would have done that, and it would have made another line from Carolyn less creepy when she kind of hits on him later. I know it's kind of a later thing, but it kind of
but also like I was thinking that too, because I'm a man with a streak of blue, but I was thinking that it's like she's just sort of reassuring him because he is freaking out, because like it's right after, like he's like, you gotta help me escape, I gotta get out of here, this is crazy. And so she is like, oh, I don't know, I'll give it a go, I'll see if I can reprogram this vacuum. And then she does say, it's like, you're cute. And I think it's something where it's not necessarily a hitting on, but more of a, you know what, you're okay. You know what?
It's like a confidence builder type of thing that, a pretty girl would tell a younger, there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure. And I remember even as a young man in my teen years, but I guess David is 12. So that's he's a tween. But it's like, I do remember being like, oh, you so pretty, I would say to the 25-year-olds when I was, 16.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, if I were younger or if you were older.
Yeah. Do you know how much of a confidence builder that would be to get like a hot, 21, 25-year-old woman to, tell you that you were cute when you were 12 years old? That would just make your day, that would just, you'd be walking around with a strut, I mean, that would just.
And now I'm 47. And so all these 60-year-olds are being like, you a fine piece of man meat. And I'm like, thanks, Granny. Oh, we've disgusted Jill.
Yeah.
No. I was talking and I said that was adorable.
We didn't hear you.
Yeah. Anyway, they're setting up for July 4th. We're gonna have a barbecue. Hamburgers.
Yes.
And David goes up to
Are you laughing? Okay, I know you're laughing.
Yes, because Scotty is upset when people say they're gonna have barbecue when they don't state what kind of barbecue. Anyway.
Yeah, what are you barbecuing? Well, we're having hamburgers and hot dogs. Okay, that's fine. Why don't you say, let's get some hamburgers and hot dogs? I know you're going to barbecue them. Let's get some barbecue. What are we having for barbecue? Barbecue? Yeah, no, but specifically, what are you putting on the grill? Barbecue. No, that's what the grill is.
I had to explain while I was giggling like an idiot. So
yes, thank you.
Instead of trying to interact with kids, David's spying on them with his telescope. Well, spying specifically on Jennifer.
As you do, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
See, and this is the thing, is like moving the telescope only slightly would have been the 1978 equivalent of clearing your browser history.
True.
No, but he didn't do so. So his dad knows now and tries to give him some advice on how to talk to him.
Your tab's open. Although I remember disliking the father. I don't know what it was. There was something about him, like the actor, or I remember disliking him, and he kind of made it so I didn't really revisit this movie very often. He's really good. He's a great dad.
He is, but the
Hmm.
character development in the first 5 minutes is like he has less character development than the dog in the first five
Yeah.
minutes of the movie.
Well, the
I don't
dog
know.
has a story arc compared to the dad.
I don't know. I maybe I warmed to the dad Bill's character.
Yeah. I might have still had some aggression about the wizard.
Fair enough.
Oh, why? Because it made you want the power glove, and then you were
Well,
disappointed?
no, just because of what an asshole he was chasing those kids around, like all over the United States, and the violent, like he was very violent, trying to get those kids because he was like, trying to get the money to get paid basically. And he was just very aggressive with the way that he went about it in the movie.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it was good writing in the movie. I mean, like it made
Gotcha.
you want to hate him, but
Well, and then I guess that then it served its purpose. Then he did exactly what
yeah,
he was supposed
he
to
did.
do.
Yeah, it
But
really
when you're
did.
a kid, you don't separate the actor from the performance. So
Exactly. Yeah.
okay, I guess that makes sense.
Isn't that a great
And
fake out with the water tower?
yes, David's going off to find Jeff at the behest of his mother. I don't know why I said nothing like that, but here's
Yeah, I don't either, but I was gonna let it roll.
I was too.
His mother.
His mother.
Eddie, when I killed your brother.
so there's your jump scare for the live stream.
I'm gonna have to go change my pants.
Wow. Thank heavens for
Oh.
me. I'm not
here-
wearing them. I kid.
I played the wrong video. I was gonna play the water tower one. This one.
That's so great.
Yes, I like the music that goes along with it.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Welcome back,
And-
Franco.
Yeah. Oh, I even got this. Why did I get this? Let's see.
Let's see. Wow. I just noticed.
See, Bruiser? What you gotta do is be a take charge guy.
Interesting.
I just
Yeah.
noticed you have been filling up your StreamYards with video clips, and now you've decided to get a secondary bucket so that you can go into other, mission-specific information.
What happened?
You, because media assets in anyway. Show notes are stupid. I just said good for you on finding a way to make it so that you can shove more video clips into this. It's great. You do great work, Jill. You do amazing
Yes.
work, and thank you for your
Yeah.
efforts.
I hated
do.
the limitations be thrust upon me by
Is that
StreamYard.
something
So-
else you're gonna have to teach me to be able
What?
to?
No, it's just a matter of sharing the screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
okay.
I'm just sharing my screen. I'm using Pop Player.
Oh, gotcha.
Pop Player lets me play all the videos I want.
Gotcha.
And there we go. And yeah, so I'm not limited.
It is
Anyway, so
it
since
is
we're so-
convenient to use StreamYard to just click it and go though.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a time and place for StreamYard, and then
Yeah.
I can share my screen sometimes too.
Welcome, whoever just came in. Small Time Republic.
Small Time Republic, hello and welcome. Thank you, Theta. I'm checking out the chat here. I'll find out the results next week. Keep your fingers crossed. Wait, what? Medical stuff. RVM from RVM 371 had to get another PET scan because I wasn't feeling too peppy.
Oh. Yeah,
I
I've
hope
had
the
some medical
results are
issues the past
good.
couple weeks too. I hope that everything goes well.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Yeah.
For
Don't die. Just promise
Yeah.
you'll never die.
Never,
Yes.
ever die.
Yes, and Franco says happy 4th to all Americans in the chat. Oh, thank you, Franco.
Yeah.
I saw Franco saw Grease at the cinema when it came out. Wow.
Heavens.
Okay, that's great. Let's see who else is here. Brogu says, "You're a fine piece of man." Neat. Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Brogu, that's hilarious. And
Me
on
and
Stark's
Mrs.
channel,
Jones.
where you do habanero jalapeno exchange. Ooh,
Wouldn't you
that
like
sounds
to
fun.
be a pepper too?
Yes. Those kind of peppers are my kind of peppers.
Yeah. And the ghost peppers too.
Dr.
Mhm.
Pepper.
And the Dr. Peppers.
Pepper Potts.
Okay, so the chat's talking about MILFs, so I can skip a little bit of that. That water tank was pointed at the ancient Anazi. Okay. And small time.
Anasazi?
Yeah, the Anasazi warriors. Yeah.
Small Time Republic says that he loved this movie as a kid. Hey, Cam Cam's here. Hello, Cam Cam. Hello to everyone in the chat. I
Cam.
see you, but I gotta get going. Cheers. Oh, it's just good to know you were here.
Yeah, your continued existence pleases me.
Yes, never die.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so let's get past this water tower. Just lots of pretend fake out spaceships before we get to the real thing. That's fun.
Well, and also, just before we move on, I'd like to say, I'm nearly 50 years old. MILF is my contemporary.
Yeah, it's about to be mine too.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, technically, yeah, or
And
even you're younger.
Sorry?
So
I said, and I don't mind as long as it's a mutual love and
well, exactly. It's all about consent, or in the vernacular of this film, compliance.
Well, it's all about can you guys be friends and be teammates and get to do things together. And if it's not a problem, then it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And they have to be a cuddler.
Hang on a second. Are you saying that there's sort of an emotional maturity that I need?
Yeah.
Damn it. I knew there was a catch.
There's always a damn catch, isn't there?
Well, speaking of emotional maturity, David's only 12 and he's like, I don't know what I want out of my life anymore.
Yeah.
Like, he's 35.
See, but that's how I was when I was well, maybe not 12, but probably 14. I was way into like by the time I was 21, I was already having a midlife crisis. Like I was already like, so I was already thinking about that stuff. Yeah.
I was 25. I had that kind of a mortality crisis too. I'm 25, but not at 12.
No, not at 12.
As a young dog,
but I did start thinking about that stuff at 14.
The line that I love here was, as a young dog, you might find that hard to understand. So
Maybe
when you get a little bit older, dog, then maybe you'll start to get a grip on it. But
well, David was mature for his age, because you know how you can be influenced by television, and he was watching Starsky and Hutch, and I don't recall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so maybe there were like divorces and things going on. Hey, Huggy Bear was in Starsky and Hutch. David's wise beyond his years.
Yeah.
This is the era that you could use fireworks with your hands. You could watch Dirty Harry. It was fine.
Right.
Yeah,
that's fireworks with your hands.
Yeah.
Not to like, talk down to anybody, but when you grow up in the 70s and 80s, I think that the things that we were exposed to and the way that we were exposed to them gave us a certain leg up on the maturity factor. Not that I'm saying that we were like, philosophers or anything like that, but we saw the realities of life and stuff, and we saw that we were the only ones that were going to be able to deal with them in the future. And I think a lot of things are sugar coated these days, and it was just
nerfed.
Yeah,
but at the same time, kids also have access to the internet, and
yeah,
they're getting
the way
more
that they
information,
use
but
it,
it's not.
but the way that they use it, they don't look at the right information now. They're
Well, that's what I was about to say. I said they have
okay, sorry.
access to everything, but it's not always necessarily the right thing.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
it's all conflicting information, so they possibly don't know what to believe.
Exactly, I agree.
I feel that way as an adult.
Okay, here's Fall. David Falls.
David Falls. That's my favorite national park. I didn't remember it going this suddenly into the future.
Yeah, it just happens like that. Yeah, yeah. One second you're in the 70s, next second you're in the 80s.
And now it's 1986. So we went from 1978 to 1986. Here we are.
Hang on just one second. Before we go to
Bruiser.
the future, and once we deal with Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World, Cam says to Jill, sorry you missed my first one, explaining I gotta bounce because I'm on my way to Spain to run with the Bulls again.
Well, don't wear red.
Cam, no, he can wear red. He can wear red.
Oh,
he's an engineer, not a security officer. But yeah, Cam, have a blast, sir.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I haven't had a vacation in 20 years, so that sounds awesome.
That's wonderful, Cam. He's been so many times, and I think he keeps a record of it on a tattoo where he counts the number of times. So that's going to be another notch on that, isn't it? So have a wonderful time. And,
have a great time. Canadian Spider-Man invited me to come up there and chill with him. I might take him up on that offer sometime this next year.
Cam, don't get gored or bored.
Yes, Franco Walker and RVM 371 also wish you to have fun and stay frosty. So
that's amazing that you're
Mr.
leaving North America on the 4th of July. No, I know, but he looks a lot like Mr. Feeney.
I guess a little bit. At first, I was worried about Bruiser having disappeared, and then
I thought Bruiser was going to die.
Yeah, and then
and that was going to be like the triumphant reconnection at the end of the movie, and where
that could have been something.
That would have been an interesting thing, just because it would have been like, oh, it's like, oh, he gets home, he sees mom and dad, and they're older, and it's like, oh, where's Bruiser? And it's like, oh, Bruiser got hit by a train that night.
Or if Bruiser was one of the animals that Mac has in his little zoo collection.
Oh, that would have been good too. Yeah. And then he gets on the ship, and it's like Bruiser.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then he would have had his young dog there.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Well, but then and in terms of story progression, he goes to the future. He meets Mr. Feeney, goes to see his real parents. And then it's like, oh no, Bruiser's dead. And then we go to Dr. Johnny Fever. And then when he finally gets on to the clamshell, then Bruiser, because he took two. Max took two.
I guess he does kind of look like Mr. Feeney.
He looks a lot. I didn't realize it until you said it. Yeah. And I looked at him. Yeah, that looks just like Mr. Feeney.
Like he's sitting in his study reading a book in a smoking jacket. How Mr. Feeney can you get?
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. What was the last name of the boy? You would always call him Mr.
Oh, on Boy Meets World? I don't know.
Matthews.
I really only
Matthews. Yeah, Mr. Matthews. Yeah, Eric Matthews and Corey Matthews. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to.
I did watch it. I watched it all the way until they went to college.
Me too. I was in love with Topanga.
Yeah, it was a really cool show. It was great because it started off really childish and it grew up as the actor.
Yeah, but it was really sad that what they left Eric Matthews. They kind of left him as a child. They never gave him like a full character development. He always kind of stayed in his non growing up. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Boy Meets World. Sorry.
No, I wanted to say to everybody else who's listening who may be just like a couple of minutes older than Boy Meet World, I want to say my crush was always Kelly Kapowski. So
Oh, me too. Yeah, Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
you
Oh,
can
yeah.
have Topanga or you can have Kelly Kapowski. You
I
cannot
can't have both. I
No.
can't have both.
One or the other.
Okay, well then it's Kelly Kapowski. It's Tiffany Amber
Oh,
Thiessen.
I was hoping for Kelly. Moving on.
Anyway,
yeah.
the whole point of this scene is that David's trying to go home, but his parents aren't at home. These random people are, and so he's like, "Where's my parents?" And he's just like, as mature as he is, it makes sense that he's breaking down here.
Yeah,
and so he's even crying.
yeah. It turns out that falling into that ravine was the most intense game of hide and seek since Jimmy Hoffa.
Well, and I really appreciate, like, I think that this is something that the movie, I don't know, reinforces, is people are generally good. Like, no one's evil in this. No one is out for themselves. Like, even the cop is not dismissive. Like, the cop is like, come on, let's go put this puzzle together. And Mr. Feeney and his wife are like, all right, call the police. And you're like, oh, no, not the police. But then the police show up and it's like, oh, okay, they're actually helping. This is beneficial.
It's very realistic. Yeah, there is, you're exactly right. There is no villains in this. It's really just a boy and his alien spaceship, rather, just going on an adventure, trying to figure out what happened to him and try to balance his life out again.
That is the nice thing about it. Even the antagonists are just NASA scientists trying to learn.
They're just trying to do their job.
Yeah. Do you have any idea that this is one of the biggest things in the history of the world, and your son is in the center of it? We don't want to hurt him. We just want to know. It's only a beanie that senses electrodes. And you know what he's given us? He's given us the fifth element over here, yo.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Do you want us to set up at your house?
Yeah, and I even like the little touches, the little TV talking about the power blackouts, telling you something's going weird around here. And here's a clip of the police officer. I just got one of Phil. This is Officer Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Must be a typo.
I ran it through the computer 3 times. That's no mistake. It was declared legally dead.
Who's dead?
Nobody. Hang on a second. No one said no.
Yeah, he was just gone for so long. Since it's been so many years, they just considered him dead.
True.
So yeah, that's what happened. And he matches the description perfectly. So they've got to figure out this mystery.
Yeah.
And we already know the mystery. It's been 8 years.
Well, we kind of learn with David.
Yeah, we learn with David.
Yeah.
But I mean, us as the live streamers talking about this, we've already mentioned it.
We already know. Also, I would like to say that the 2 police officers that we see in this movie, we have a Black American and a woman. They're in charge.
Yay.
This movie is officially woke.
No, it doesn't. Diversity isn't. Oh dear Lord! How many times do I have to tell you?
That's the thing. Back in the day, this wasn't an issue. This is just. Go ahead, Joe.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, exactly. No, but you're right. It's.
Officer Phil says, as a Black man, I need to find your family. That would be more. Whatever. Anyway, I'm just being I'm being a stinker. I'm being a stinker.
You are always
ain't I a stinker?
See, woke people would want you to think that diversity is woke, but it's not. Diversity is diversity, and it's just they're just people. They're just officers.
Yeah.
Nobody's.
You didn't even think about it back then. It was just 2 people. That we need to get back to those days where you just see people and you don't think about race or sex or gender.
Well, that's where we got to in the 90s, and I don't understand why
exactly.
we pedaled backwards.
It's just that's that saying, strong times make for, or hard times make for strong people make weak
Yeah, weak times.
Weak
Or
times,
easy times or something like that.
easy times make for weak people
There it
make,
is.
and then the cycle goes. Yeah.
Well, either way,
That's
this
the
movie
one.
does say the word retarded, so I take
It
back
does.
my
Well,
woke
yeah, I
statement.
forgot about that.
I love
Jeff,
it.
Jeff says that earlier about Bruiser.
Why can't we
And
say
just-
that word anymore? I love that word so much, and I'm not, it's
No.
not about anybody, with mental, and it's just I love the word.
Eh.
Well.
I think it's gay.
Yeah.
Well,
Why?
that's a bit
are you-
childish.
Yes,
Do you
it
remember
is.
when
And the whole thing is childish.
Do you remember
Don't
when
say that.
at school people would write "We Todd did" and then
Oh, yeah.
ask you to read it
Oh.
fast?
I am
Oh my
sofa
God, Theta.
king.
Yes, yeah.
We Todd.
Todd
did.
did. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Sticks and
those-
stones may
funny.
break
You
my
do
bones.
the whole thing. This is driving me nuts. Okay, so they ask him who the president is. Of course, it's Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that. Are there any other sort of colloquial presidents? Like, you would assume that it would be James Carter. Is there any, like, is there a president named Chuck? Like, is there? I guess there is Bill Clinton, which is short for William, but calling him like Jim Carter sounds better than Jimmy Carter, and we didn't call Bill Clinton Billy Clinton, little Billy Clinton.
Did they call Abraham Lincoln Abe Lincoln?
Yeah, but that's like a short form of a regular. It's like John F. Kennedy was Jack Kennedy, which I never understood how Jack and John are interchangeable. But it's one of those things. Like, I just didn't know. Oh, Jimmy Carter.
Well, also Charles is short for you can call him Chuck.
Yeah, totes.
But anyway,
they nicknamed Eisenhower Ike.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but his first name was Dwight, so
yeah, you can't really do much with that.
Yeah, Ike Eisenhower, and also the man helped win World War II. So
True.
He gets to be called whatever he wants.
Yeah.
All Jimmy Carter did was grow a couple of peanuts.
I think my mom got a peanut shirt from him once. I think she met him.
I could have sworn you said penis shirt.
You know what? No, peanut.
I know, I know, but
I'm gonna ask her about the story today because it's July 4th. So when we get out of here, I'm gonna go hang out with her. So I'll come back with a better story on that one. So there was all right. So
your mom got Jimmy's nuts.
Oh my God! I'm sorry I mentioned.
Okay, no,
you know what?
I was gonna go have a cigarette. I'll be back in a second.
Seinfeld said it's a legume.
A legume.
So David gets the shock that his parents are old, so they've been aged up. And he passes out.
They aged like milk while he's still fresh from Saturday morning cartoons.
Hold on, I've got to do something for my daughter. Just give me a moment.
All right.
Data, I'm sorry to leave you.
No, don't worry about it. Yeah, so this movie was a breakthrough in technology for special effects and stuff. I think I heard that James Cameron actually got the idea for the T-1000 from Terminator 2, obviously, from the ship itself, from the reflective surface. So I think that's a really kind of cool fact too.
Oh, that makes sense that it was inspired by this movie with all the melty metallic stuff going on.
Exactly, yeah.
So here we're finally at the power blackout. What's caused the power blackout? Power lines are down, and they find out what caused the power lines to go down. And so we finally get to see the ship. And the night watchman, Ellis Brayton, is the one who found it. He says, "Sure is a pretty piece of space slab. It was flying along and then smacked right into the tower and dragged it about 100 yards. Then stopped and it's floating right here. Oops. Here we go. And then I've got a video of this very scene.
Any idea how we're gonna move it?
You kidding? Watch this.
That NASA getting involved faster than your mom checking your browser history.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then we also meet Dr. Faraday. Here's his video.
Well, something must have flown it. This could be our first contact.
That actually got me excited for first contact.
First contact. I know. I felt the same way. I was like, fuck yeah, I love it.
But not even just the Star Trek movie, but also like, oh, where's are they?
Yeah,
gonna do first
just
contact?
alien. Yeah, just aliens.
Just the alien contact in general is
Yep.
something that I was looking forward to. But really, only David gets any kind of extraterrestrial experience here.
Yeah.
Well, except for at the end, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
And so and Ellis thinks that this is NASA equipment, so he doesn't realize it's extraterrestrial. And Verde doesn't do anything to make him believe otherwise.
Well, something must have flown it.
Didn't mean to do that one. Something must have flown it. Yeah. It flew itself. And they forgot about artificial intelligence. And so poor David's still confused by everything. And he's being rushed to the hospital because they want to do tests on him to see if they can figure out what happened to him. And he only thinks a few hours has passed. And so he has to learn from his brother, Jeffrey, that it's been 8 years. His brother, Jeffrey's now 8 years older.
Yeah, I mean, in his mind, he's been gone for just a couple hours, maybe not even a couple hours, and he's like, "Why are y'all tripping?" And everybody's like, "You've been gone for like 8 years."
Yes, and he doesn't really believe that he's Jeff until Jeff shows him the flyer, and then it really comes home when they start insulting each other like they used to.
And this is where the lighting comes in. Like in the very beginning, it's all bright and sunny, everything is very happy and bubbly and everything. And then after that trip, everything went dark. All the lighting went, it's nighttime, all the lighting is shadowed and everything like that. I just love the way that they meld that the lighting in this movie with that the dark emotions and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes.
Butt face. Bucket.
It's kind of weird.
That's got to be so weird to see your younger brother older than you now, like see just in just a span of like a couple an hour or two, just see him completely grown and in this period.
Yeah, he was just a little snot before, and now he's like he's fully grown.
Yeah, he's mature. Like he has his life together. It seems he's like a
and he's no longer such a jerk. He's got some empathy.
Yeah,
and you wonder if
life experience. Yeah,
exactly. You wonder if he's been haunted by that prank all these years, and that it might have helped him grow into a better person.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he's played by Matt Adler. He's playing a 16-year-old boy who's 20. So he still looks like he's a kid.
True.
So there's
because he's only technically probably like 18, something like
he's
that.
20.
Oh, he's 20. Okay. Well,
yeah, he doesn't look it. He doesn't look
no,
it.
No, he doesn't.
So yeah, so Jeff had to put up those flyers every weekend, And Helen kept all his stuff. She didn't think that David was dead this whole time.
Yeah, and the acting by Jake here is honestly like I don't want to give him like exceptional. I mean, it really is
I do.
exceptional. I mean, I really think that he does an exceptional job. Um, you know, with the emotion because kids, it's really hard for kids to get on that level, you know. But he does this in a very mature way. It's really remarkable to see.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. He definitely sells it in a way that makes me believe it the entire time and think that's part of why the movie endures. And I want to see what's going on in the chat. I haven't it's time for me to come check it out and see what's going on. Sometimes
Lord
I
Thoth.
miss a few things. Like Lord Thoth. Lord Thoth is here. Hail Lord Thoth. And also going up from the top, RVM371 says things I loved in the 70s and 80s. Skating rinks. Oh, my mom used to love to skate.
Oh, you're talking my language. I had all my birthday parties at skating rinks, arcades, and laser quest. Yes.
Yeah, he also says drive-in theaters and malls, and so the malls still existed, you know, the malls were still a thing in the 90s and early 2000s, but yeah, that I bet it was a different culture definitely
Yeah.
before.
You're talking my language, man. That's my bag.
Franco says I had a nihilistic breakdown at 17. It's still ongoing, but manageable.
Yeah.
But it's easier to take care of.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, Franco.
Broku's still having this love affair with this Mrs. Smith going on. We can definitely be friends while I'm doing my thing. My goodness. And look, hey, it's Sentai Ranger Donnie.
Hey, Sentai Ranger Donnie.
More
It's
phenomenal.
morphin' time. Yeah, more phenomenal.
He
Nice
says Flight
stereo.
of the Navigator is among the few aspects of all generations of Walt Disney Company that I love so dearly. I last watched it on Disney Plus. Oh,
Yep.
what a classic.
Yep.
It is. I think it is. I think it's something that I've overlooked for a long time, and I'm glad I get to revisit it today.
Yeah. Isn't it
Oh,
beautiful
RPM
to be
Nance.
able to come back and find those lost gems that you never gave, you never gave a time of day to, and then you come across them again and you're like, I'll check it out, and then you realize like, man, I've been missing this for 20 plus years. That's awesome.
Yes, agreed.
Yes, it is good to bring something back into your life you were missing. RVM says calling the radio station to request a song and actually hearing it. And that was a thing. Also still in the 90s. Cam says, thanks everyone. Buena suerte. It means good luck and is what we say before running. I've run 19 times and counting. Well, if you do 19 times, Cam, you got to go back for the 20th, don't you?
Well, what do you mean, like in a marathon, or just because
the Bulls,
running of the Bulls in Spain.
We're back. Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh,
Okay, my
Cam.
bad.
Yeah, Cam.
Yeah, you got to make it
You'll
an
know.
even 20 at least, if not 21.
Unless he really loves odd numbers.
True. 17 would be my lucky number.
I feel Brogan wants to get it on DVD or Blu-ray. Yeah, definitely. Physical media is the best.
Totes. I just wrote it down.
Oh yeah, Brogan's talking about the Mr. Feeney character.
Mr. Feeney, yeah.
He's in a smoking jacket like Hugh Hefner. What are you getting ready for, sir?
Just my girls upstairs.
I can't say that.
Yeah, I tamed it down.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, no,
Thank
I
you.
can't.
Thank you, Theta. You'll act as Scotty's. I don't know.
Yeah.
Censor. Let's see. Mr. Peanut. Oh yeah. Did they call him Mr. Peanut?
Yeah, that was his name. If you're talking about the actual Mr. Peanut from Planters.
And I don't know, like it might be controversial, but like didn't Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the roof of the White House?
I do not know.
And then the first thing that Ronald Reagan did when he got into the White House was like, "Get those things off my roof."
No, really? Are you kidding? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. That's funny though.
And I
That's
know
true.
Ronald Reagan is regarded as one of the great presidents of the 20th century. I think he is. And I think that was for a guy who proposed something called Star Wars. He was against technology that actually would have been heralded.
Well, that's kind of silly to take down a good source of energy that was already set up.
Yeah.
Right? Well, maybe it wasn't efficient. Like, let's be honest. It was
Maybe it wasn't.
1978.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I mean,
Depends
it's
on
the
what it was
same-
used for.
Yeah. It's the same with the pipeline though that they closed down that would have given a lot of jobs here in America and stuff.
Yeah, but that's 21st century
Yeah,
chicanery.
true.
We're talking about the burgeoning advent of solar power, which I think,
Oh yeah.
as long as it's sunny. Sorry, Europeans. I know that the sun is something that you see like 4 times a year.
It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
This is true. That's where we should have the solar farms.
It's true.
Yeah. So since Scotty brought it up, Brogu wanted to respond. It's amazing how people that talk about things being woke and DEI never have the problem with the good old boy network that hires unqualified people just because they know them. And that sounds a lot like nepotism. I think that should be lambasted, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And if they're unqualified, then they're not being hired based on merit at all.
Yeah.
So,
But that's the whole point of DEI. So
yeah, but I'm a handsome white guy. I need a job.
Yeah.
I just need to be given money. So.
Just give me money.
Yeah, just give me money. So that's all.
Well, I am in Canada. If I wanted to, I could just get money. It's fine.
Yeah, discrimination of any kind is no good. RVM 371 says the ship
for the Dutch.
crashed in. Oh, okay. You'll have to tell me later.
I will.
Was the ship made in China? Oh, the ship crashed into a power line. Was the ship made in China? No, RVM 371. Okay, so just to spoil it, it was looking at flowers. It crashed into a WKRP transmitter tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
in Cincinnati.
Yeah. That's why Johnny showed up. Yes. That's Johnny Fever, everyone. Yes. It meant. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be weird too, RVM. Canadian Spider-Man said he would be legitimately suffering from culture shock. No kidding. That's an actual anthropologist said steady. Yeah, sorry I can't speak today, but
anthropologists.
Yeah, I just can't say that word today. But that's
Right.
okay.
But that's also,
that actually
like,
does happen. That does happen when he gets to the NASA facility.
Well, like when you go to a NASA, I think that's what sort of dulls the future shock. Is that when he goes to the future, they do show him, like, when he looks at the television, I don't really care. Like, I know it is providing the information about the blackouts because the ship had hit the power lines. I thought he was looking at it and I was like, oh man, if I were 8 years in the future, I'd be looking at that TV being like, huh, that's a clear picture. Like, there's something like there is a little bit of that. Why does everything look different? But it's sort of muted. And again, like another time travel story that you have to take into account is Back to the Future. By the way, happy 40th anniversary. I don't know if you guys talked about it already, but like,
is it today?
No, it was yesterday.
Oh wow. Okay.
And so, but like going back and having that, there is nostalgia for the 80s, but there is even at the time, there was nostalgia for the 50s. Like 50s diners were a big thing.
Yeah, still
and
is.
They even reference it. Oh, yeah, sure. And they reference it in Back to the Future too. But there is something about that 8-year gap where you're like, oh, what's going on? But then I guess the time travel aspect is not the crux of this story, aside from being separated from your family for what feels like hours and it turns into years. But David never really has to contend. Like, the only thing he really has to worry about is the fake robot
Possibly
that does
dying?
vacuum cleaners,
True, yeah.
and then also the remote control, which was already a thing in the 70s, although not a lot of people had it.
Yeah, but the jump in technology from when he disappeared to the time that he came back isn't so much that I think that that's
Yeah,
what he
in
would be
short,
thinking
just 8
about.
years isn't so much. So
Yeah, well,
RVM371 said
especially at that time, yeah.
solar panels in the 80s had about 20 years of use and extremely toxic. Oh, and were extremely toxic to discard. Oh, okay. Very good. And Franco Walker says, I bet the solar cells were already broken when Reagan got into office. And that would make sense then that he would toss them. So it wasn't
Yeah.
like some kind of political move. It was just like, these things don't work anymore.
They're heavy.
Oh, Julie.
The garbage.
Hiring somebody you know hopefully means you can trust them.
Yeah. It took a
Hey,
while
Rebel.
before like
Well,
this
that's
the
another
technology
perspective.
got not perfected, but at least grown to the point where they were reliable for a long period of time.
That's another perspective, Raul Julia. That may be true, but also are they the best person for the job sometimes gets a little fuzzy once they make friends. So
It's
that
true.
is something to be careful about.
True
The
that.
Trek reviewer. Hello. We're going to continue
Ooh, the
talking about
Trek
this
reviewer.
movie. We've
What up,
got
Trek
Mom.
reviewer?
Helen's gonna stay with David overnight, and so then oh right, there was one thing about Helen, played by Veronica Cartwright, and she said she had a chance encounter, and there was a documentary about this movie, and she talks about a chance encounter with Matt Adler, who plays the role of Jeff, who's 16, and so on Halloween 2007. She opened her door for a trick or treater, and it was Matt Adler with his son trick or treating, and they hadn't seen each other for 22 years. So that's fun. That's
Trick or
funny.
treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat. No, sorry.
Yeah, I thought about trick or treating when I did the Twilight Zone episode this past week.
Ooh.
when the little alien
I'm starting to build my my Halloween costume.
invader suit showed up.
Nice.
You mean the baked potato?
Yeah, the little baked potato, because she opens the door and it's just a little baked potato standing at the door of the invader guy. So cute. And so I wanted to give him candy. They just that episode, they just lacked communication. Nobody was trying to communicate. Everything could have been cleared up.
Well, they shouldn't have started shooting. Anyway, I love the way
exactly.
I love the way that like they establish right away that it's like, have you tried to move it? And then the security guard is like, oh, look at this. And he just pushes it and it sort of glides a little bit and then comes to a stop. So I like the transportation of the spaceship, even though when it's not under its own power, it's like, we can put it on a flatbed. It just floats. As long as we pull it, it's light as a feather, which is strange.
It's strange, but yeah, definitely very cool. And yeah, Faraday was a little upset about it. Here, I'll play the video for you again.
Any idea how we're going to move it?
You kidding? Watch this.
I wonder if this has anything to do with the Bob Lazar incident, because this is exactly how he explained the technology, the UFOs that he was working on in S1 or S4, I think. But I wonder if they got the idea for this from that.
Well, and if I may ask, for people who are not in the know, can you give me the Reader's Digest version of the Bob Lazar incident?
Yeah, Bob Lazar is a guy that he went to MIT for jet propulsion, and he was recruited to work at S4, which is a side project of Area 51. So he worked at the government facility S4, which was having him work on propulsion technology that they had, and he came forward with this information that he basically he was working on this information or for this UFO technology that had gravity propulsion that basically created a gravity bubble around the ship, and it just lifts and it becomes you can just push it because it basically defies gravity. So he basically came forward with all this information.
Holy
And
moly!
Yeah,
Chat's popping off.
And he actually you look into Bob Lazar. He goes way back. He's been on Joe Rogan and all this stuff. He actually um uh predicted the element 116 before, like 20 years before it was actually on the periodic table of elements, because it was one of the things he claims that he was working on. So there's a lot of stuff. Go check out the Bob Lazar case. And his story is always very consistent, and it's one of the most credible UFO stories that I've ever heard.
Gavin disagrees, saying Bob Lazar is a fraud. And
I know.
RBM 371 in the chat also says a supposed Area 51 whistleblower.
Yeah. I'm not
mileage
saying,
may vary on the story, I suppose.
Exactly. I'm not saying that it's 100% true. I'm just saying it's the most credible story that I've heard.
Is it the Fermi paradox? Is it if there are aliens who can travel faster than light in the universe, then why aren't they here?
I don't know if that's what it's called, but yeah, I have heard that.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think there's something out there, but I don't think it's been here.
Well, it's George Murdoch from Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. He's at the center of the galaxy and he needs a starship. So get on it, kids.
Okay, so let's get back to the movie. One of the things I liked was when they're transporting the spaceship, that you get kind of that mirage effect that you get whenever you're traveling and you see that down the road.
That's just great. Well, and I was going to say this movie is before CGI, but it's not.
It's not. It has CGI, but mostly regarding the spaceship.
Well, thanks. I thought it was David.
You thought David was CGI.
I thought he was Haley Joel Osment, and that was a robot that was built in 1986, and they just kept using him, whatever.
Okay, so they pull him into a NASA laboratory, and back at the hospital, David says the first weird thing that he says in this movie, and I got the video.
Play it.
He's hurt. He's calling me.
NASA solving mysteries by kidnapping minors since 1958.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I get where you're coming from. But we found a kid.
I know.
We found his parents. We reunited them. And then the parents said, he's supposed to be 8 years older.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing around.
So, like, this is something that's, I don't know, this is different. And I think that this is, like, if you take the third act of E.T., and it's like, oh, we gotta find out what's going on with Elliot and E.T. They seem to be symbiotic. Like, that's what this movie is about. And then you find out through the course of the film that it's just, I've dropped some knowledge in his mind and now I got to get it out. But like that is
what's going to happen.
that is what's going to happen. Hi, spoilers for 1986. But like, I think that this is a more interesting
Well, yeah, that's why he's saying
symbiosis.
weird stuff right here.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Franco's an alien.
Franco's an alien.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So the weird voice keeps calling for David. Jeff assures him that he believes him, but the projection on is on David's part because David's wondering if he might be going crazy. So this is the part where David doesn't know he's the conduit for alien intelligence, as Scotty has revealed. Jeff assures him that it's probably just a bad dream, but
It's
you know,
not
at least he
even
has some empathy.
It's not even spoilers for 1986. It's spoilers
I'm
for
not saying
1978.
spoilers for.
It's a 47-year-old
I'm
spoiler.
not saying spoilers are bad for this movie. I'm saying there's a certain pace to what we're trying to discuss.
Yeah,
And
I suppose.
so back at
I
the
got
the
you.
laboratory, they're trying to break into the spaceship, and they're even resorting to welding equipment. But nothing they try is working. And they want to see.
And that's another part of the Bob Lazar thing too, is that there was no seams on the UFO, and so like it was all just like one piece, and it would open only if like touched in a certain spot, like, but you couldn't see any seams. Anyway,
Yeah, and
go-
so
go
they
back to
couldn't.
it.
They tried welding equipment, and nothing could break through it.
Yeah.
And so nothing's working here either. And so they study the brain waves with the EEG for on David. And David is answering some questions. And so but when the questions start being asked, the equipment starts to run wildly, and not Beverly Crusher says this.
Wait.
Transmitting in alpha waves with complex frequency patterns in them.
What's going on? I don't know.
Oh, I get it.
Sorry. Yeah, she's just a redhead. I'm just being redheadist or something.
Redheadist? Wow.
I don't know. I just made that up.
Yeah,
makes
no,
no
it's
sense.
good.
And then the other male scientist says he's communicating directly with the computer in binary code. It's just because they don't give a lot of the characters in this movie a name. Do you want to give the redhead scientist lady a name?
No, I like your name, not Beverly Crusher. She only shows up here. It's not like she's coming back.
No, she's not. And so there's another doctor here, Dr. Carr, trying to figure out what's going on. And the lady technician's questioning David again. Where did you fall down? And then everything in the room starts to turn. Every screen, not everything, just every screen starts showing this green pattern. And so we see the three-dimensional chip being formed.
And that's interesting. I don't know anything about this, which, I could fill up ocean with the things that I don't know about. But I'm curious if the vector graphics for the spaceship if that's CGI. Because I remember in Escape from New York, they made like a CGI representation of New York City, like Manhattan Island, but it was actually done with reflective tape, and they built a model. And I'm curious if this was an animation, like just a hand-drawn animation.
Yeah, it could just be regular animation. That is a good question.
Might be.
I'm not certain, but I know that in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the British TV show, they did not use actual computer graphics because the graphics they were projecting on the screen didn't exist yet. The technology didn't exist. So they used animation for that. And for this, that is a fantastic question. I wish I would have had before this stream so I could figure it out for you. Does anybody in the chat know if this is the wire graphics on the computer were actual computer graphics or
no, but I do know that David's hooked up to more wires than a conspiracy theorist vision board.
I like that question. I'm going to write it down. I want to find out, even if we don't find out during the stream.
Well, but considering that the special effects on the ship, in terms of the chrome, the reflections on the outside, that was a method of computer graphics. I would assume maybe,
That's
I
correct.
would say maybe that it's a probability, and I'm going to keep making every statement like a question.
Wait. Uncle Walker says I call BS on that. All hand drawn in Hitchhiker. Well, that's what I said. I'm
Yeah.
sorry if I misspoke it. I meant
No, I got
meant
you.
to say that in Hitchhikers it wasn't real computer animation. The computer animation that they put in there was just a simulation of computer graphics that didn't exist yet. So it was regular animation. Oh, I'm sorry if I made it sound incorrect. I didn't mean to.
Someone get me a rolled up newspaper. I have to whack Jill on the wrist.
No, I don't think I said it incorrectly.
No, you were fine. I got what you were saying. I was just being facetious for the sake of the audience. Thank you for
RVM
playing.
371. I think the wire graphics in the movie is called Logo. Anyway,
All right,
look
we're
at the
doing
wire
research.
graphics, and you tell me.
Well, they even use a printer.
What is that?
That looks like a computer.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
That looks like vector graphics, yeah. Like on a computer screen.
Well, in what year? Okay, hang on a second. In terms of computer graphics, what year did the last Starfighter come out?
87? I think it was like a year after this. Let me see.
84.
He wasn't.
84?
Franco wasn't calling BS on me. He was calling BS on David being able to project an image of the ship on the monitor through the EEG scanner thing to the computer. Because it said the other male scientist says he's communicating with the computer in binary code somehow through the the scanner. And Dr. Carr says, how the hell is he doing that? But nobody answers the how the hell is he doing that question. It's just happening. And you just either accept it or you don't. And Franco doesn't. So that's okay too. Like, it's okay not to accept it.
No, I think it's ridiculous, Franco. And I hate to call you out on this because you're calling something else out. And so let's call things out together. So you have no problem with time travel. You have no problem with an unmanned alien craft traveling through time and across, several light years, multiple light years. But depositing information into the mind of a small boy. And they do establish that it's like, you're primitive people. They only use 10% of their brain, which isn't fucking true.
Oh, no.
Sorry about the swear.
No. And sorry about jumping ahead. Oh,
but
geez.
I deposited that information into your brain, and now you're transmitting it whenever you get the electrodes on your head. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Also, the communication, the telepathic Borg communication between Picard and the cube, I mean between David and the ship, and like all of this stuff. But the fact that they can see it on an EKG or whatever it is called.
Yes,
like
and
that's
you're
the
right.
thing that you've lost.
Yeah, but you're right about the 10% thing. That is not correct. That's a myth.
Yeah.
But I'll expand on that when we actually get there.
Well, it's true when it comes to me because I've, pickled the rest of my brain. 90% of my brain is PBR.
We use since you got there already. We use all of our brain, just not all of it all the time. We use portions of it at sometimes and varying percentages.
Lord Thoth.
Lord Thoth. What happened with Lord Thoth? Oh, Lord Thoth uses 100% of his brain. All of the time. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Impressive.
Must be exhausting.
All at once? All right. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, Franco Walker has a point with that line of questioning. But it's a fantasy kind of movie too. As much as
I want to keep fighting with Franco.
Okay.
Franco says time traveling
Oh.
drones are fine, but the communication to a monitor that is designed to show those graphics is BS. Actually, you know what? That I have to agree with you, because like computer monitors at the time, you'd have to reprogram them or something. Like there is something that would be like that's too advanced for me to show up on my RCA in 1986. And I've got you don't even have VGA graphics in 1986. It is beyond the technology of the time that I think even NASA would get. Let's not forget it was a government funded agency, so they're not necessarily working with the highest bidders.
So he must also not like the episode Future's End from Voyager, where an old computer figures out how to manipulate Voyager systems.
Yeah,
Wes Cagle! Wes Cagle's in the house.
With his little icons.
Wes Cagle
Cagle's
says,
here. And go ahead.
We use 100% of our brain. We just don't use it to 100% of its potential. I believe that's the idea behind the statement. Yeah, but it's also like, have you ever seen Limitless or, Firestarter? Like there are so many things, and it's like, oh no, you're only using 10 to 15% of your brain. And if
Avatar, The Last Airbender, The Matrix.
Well, I don't think that.
All right. I know.
Yeah, exactly. And I have an explanation for it, but I'll save that for when we actually get there. So yes, I love this concept of talking about 10% of your brain kind of thing, because it's such a pervasive myth that is lots of fun to talk about. But I want to do it when we're ready for it. We're not there yet.
All right.
Canadian Spider-Man says our entire human existence on the scale of 16 billion years, but is but a blip, and aliens may have been around the universe but eons ago before us.
True.
Zeus.
Gavin Blackburn says Bob's
Zeus was an alien.
As new tech is released, why didn't he tell us all at the beginning? Apparently he knew.
Oh, he's talking about Bob Lazar. Yeah. I haven't heard too many changes in the stories, but that's why witness testimony isn't admissible, because your story will change over time a little bit, but I haven't seen significant changes in his story. But like I said, I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying it's the most probable, or it's the most
all right. Okay, so let's move on
story.
from that. Gavin Blackburn said, no, it's okay. Break into the alien ship scenes riff straight off of the day the Earth stood still. Keep that in mind for when we get there. And
but I disagree. Gavin, the thing is that David falls, gets knocked out. Max finds David, says, I'm going to take you away, and then I'm going to bring you back. But unfortunately, time travel is not, your species is too fragile. So I'll just bring you home, and that's fine. Like, it's not, sorry, you took away the rest of the quote. I have to figure out I have to continue on. Hey, Naladoc is here. That's great. 100%. One of the first digital animations. Occupy Jill's chat. That is a good call, Naladoc.
What was the chat you were reading?
The one before, the one that was on screen, and then it went.
No, you have to tell me what it was about.
Well, I forget. That's why I had to look. Anyway. It's not important. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it, I'm sure.
Yeah. I think it was something for the future of the movie, which is why I was moving on to say hello to Penny. I think it had something to do with the day the Earth stood still, and you were disagreeing with it. But yes. Gavin also says, yes, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to watch the documentary. I didn't have time. Gavin, the wire graphics were done on the computer. They were the wire graphics used to make the actual CGI model of the ship. It was in the documentary I sent you. Yeah, I didn't have time for it.
Thank you,
Gavin. But thank you so much for sending that documentary. If I read it, I would have known, but I'm glad I have you. And its logo is similar to computer vector graphics, the ones they used on Battlestar Galactica. Fantastic.
Which version?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Probably. And so
Spidey says if you've
yeah.
heard anything about Flight of the Navigator at all, it's probably that it featured early computer animation. It was the first movie to use reflection mapping to depict a realistic metallic surface. Yeah, 5 years before what's that movie? It was a
Yes, I do
sequel.
have
Yeah.
that data. I do have that information, Canadian Spider-Man, that I was gonna talk about a little later. But yes, that's exactly right. That well, in terms of the spaceship, but I didn't get around to seeing any stuff about the actual on-screen computer graphics, not of the actual spaceship. And he says the task fell on an ambitious Canadian company called Omnibus Computer Graphics. One of he doesn't
Us.
continue.
One of
And
us. One of
but
us.
the sad thing that I did find out about Omnibus is that this was the only movie they worked on. I don't know what happened to them exactly. Time traveling drones are fine, but the communication to a monitor that is not designed to show the graphics is BS. And so that's something we mentioned earlier. Yeah, and I guess that makes sense too. Just like you can't use an Apple computer to take down an alien spacecraft in Independence Day, but they're still fun movies.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you're right.
and
You're right. It doesn't
yeah,
make
and
logical sense.
Will Smith would have just smacked the aliens in the face. Let's be fair.
Yeah. And yes, hello, Naladuck. Thank you for occupying my chat. I've met people who don't use 10% of their brain, says Gavin.
That's me.
Yeah, that's me too.
Oh, Naladoc is wearing Stars and Stripes boxers today in honor of Jill streaming live on holiday.
You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a flag.
Hooray. One of the first digital animation vendors. Very cool.
Come
Yeah,
on.
Omnibus. There it is. There was the end of that sentence I was looking for.
It's around the same time that we Canada put an arm in space.
Well,
They
there you
called
go.
it the Canadarm because we
You
were
got
good
you
at
got your
technology but not branding.
You got your answer. Real computer graphics here. It did look real to me, but you never know because animation is so good sometimes. You never know.
Oh, totally.
True.
But now you know.
And knowing is half the battle.
All right. So yeah, here's that printer you were talking about. I think I got a bit of the printer. I like printer and here. Just this.
I like to share the screen.
Dr. Faraday, I think you should take
Jill.
a look at this.
I
Share the
know.
screen.
I know.
We can hear it.
I couldn't get to it in time. I was just happy to be able to move on with the movie. I forgot about the
Dr.
screen.
Faraday, I think you should take a look at this.
That's like an architectural printer.
Yeah, it's pretty cool printing.
It is cool.
So
It looks like the mouth of a Ninja Turtle.
The conceit that is unbelievable to Franco Walker is that all of this is coming directly from David's mind and inputted and outputted to the computer.
Like that is the last thing you see when you fall into the special edition version of the Sarlacc pit.
And
like
so
that is the beak of an angry Muppet. It looks like something from the Dark Crystal is going to eat your head.
Yeah, it looks like a giant clam.
Okay, let's not get blue. Let's not get dirty.
I wasn't saying that.
Well, your interpretation of clam is different than mine.
So they want to keep him. They don't just want to keep him. They want to take him to the NASA Institution Research Center to study him in a better place, a place better equipped. And his dad tries to stop this, but then they convince David that it'll solve the mystery of where he's been all these years.
Big, and I know we've been doing this throughout, but I do want to give Howard Hessman incredible credit for this performance. I haven't seen him in a lot, but this is miles difference between Johnny Fever and Faraday, and then his character in Head of the Class before Billy Connolly took over. Like, Howard Hessman is a great performer, and I'm disappointed that I didn't get to see him in more stuff, but I really, really enjoy him as an actor.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad we're in agreement. Hooray.
We are. Cheers, sir.
Cheers to you on this 4th of July, one of the American treasures. Dr. Johnny Fever.
Yes, he is great. Sorry about that. Just a little hiccup.
I have to step away for a second. I'll be back shortly.
So David's still hearing things. Well, I mean, first of all, David agrees to solve the mystery of where he's been after all these years. And so he's still hearing things, and his direction is to he's looking at the NASA hangar, and he hears voices that only he can hear. And when he gets to the institution, he sees that he's been given all these toys and things to play with, but it's kind of like grown-ups like, how old is he? He's 12. Wait, what are 12-year-olds like? Do they need a speak and spell? I think a 12-year-old has been known how to spell for 6 years at this point.
Yeah, they basically scanned his brain, downloaded his soul, and they somehow still didn't fix his awkward phase.
Yeah, so, but they're trying to make things homey for him, giving him some stuff to do. But the first thing he's worried about is, like, he doesn't really care about all this stuff. He's like, "Where's the phone? I want to talk to my parents." So he's very mature kid, very much like, "Hey, you said I was going to get to talk to my parents, but they say Faraday said they'll do that tomorrow." But he's also got a TV. And Faraday calls it a remote control wand, very oddly. And if we want to actually look at those toys, there's G.I. Joe.
Oh man, those would be worth so much money right now if they were still in that condition. That Transformers and that G.I. Joe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. Sorry. That's all right. You're definitely correct.
Yeah.
And so after the doors close, David realizes that on top of everything else, he's been imprisoned. So he can't leave, come and go as he pleases. He's got to stay in this room.
Oh yeah.
And he sees
go nowhere.
A weird music video on TV. He's given the remote control wand. I've never heard anybody call it a wand before. And so here's the weird music video on TV. So it must be flipped to MTV, and he sees his first music video. And the music video is from a band called Black Mange, and the song is called Lose Your Love. And I only looked it up because they're playing with the turkey here for some weird reason. It got my attention.
Well, don't you like playing with your turkey?
Well, not during a music video. Very odd. And the whole music video is really odd. I wonder, well, will I get a claim? We'll see. Probably for this whole thing, actually. It is funnier just to play it. Well,
it is pretty funny. Yeah. That look on his face too is just like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a real music video. I'm sure it is, I guess, but just shows you kind of weird music videos they made back then. I mean, not that they don't make
Well,
any
right.
weird.
Well, at least they don't really make them like that anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just somebody standing around with
Yeah.
the mic and the music instruments,
Yeah.
and like, what happened to the art?
Yeah. When I think of good music videos, I think of like "Take on Me" or like Dire Straits, "Money for Nothing." Like really like weird, creative, like type of music videos. Ah, yes, the spaceship, basically an apple mouse with a god complex. Wow, wow.
Heartbeat coming through. Get away!
That reminds me of in Rocky when that robot comes out, Rocky 4, I think. I don't know if that's maybe
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, the boxy delivery unit. Yeah. So
yeah,
and so it did. Yeah, I thought it was gonna crash right into him.
yeah,
So then we meet Courtney. Wait a minute, Carolyn, not Courtney. I
yeah,
think I was
Caroline.
thinking of Fellowship of Oddballs for some reason.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's right.
That's what I did. My brain short circuited. So she asks him a question. She
Yeah.
asks him this.
Who did you murder to get put here maximum security?
No one. I'm a national security secret.
I'm kind of a big deal. Thank you.
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh, well, I better not talk to you." But then he's like, "Wait a minute. Why isn't Starsky and Hutch on?"
Yeah.
And she has to tell him that it's canceled.
Yeah.
And so
That's got to be so sad to like wake up and like find out that your favorite show is off the air now and like you
God's
missed
been off the air
everything.
forever.
Yeah.
And then so the interesting thing about that is that's another TV show in which Randall Kleiser also directed 3 episodes of. So he put some of his
Oh,
work
interesting.
into this work.
I would too, though.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
It's a good way to market your stuff.
And then we get to what Spidey was talking about in terms of culture shock. David, Carolyn's shocked that he's seen his first music video. And she thinks he's weird, and David says she's weird for having purple hair, but that's of course the 80s thing.
Yeah.
Just a little streak there.
Just a little streak's all right. As
Mhm.
long as it's
Yeah,
not
it's
like
not like her
full.
whole head.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's like full on like green or blue or purple or something, that's when I'm like, that's too much for me. But just a little streak or something like that, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah, fun highlights.
Yeah.
Just left over from the concert she was just at last night.
Exactly, yeah.
She went to go see.
It's like the saying "business in the front, party in the back," like for a mullet. It's almost like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cloud 13, what's up, buddy?
One of my favorite. Well, I have a lot of favorite Vandals songs, but one of them is "Ape Drape," and it's like a song all about haircuts.
Yeah.
So David saw the Bee Gees a few months ago, and last night Carolyn saw Twisted Sister. But of course, when David says a few months ago, he means 8 years and a few months ago.
Yeah. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it.
So they do have this back and forth, and eventually he orders a Big Mac and a Coke. And even though you know, just spoiler now because it's such a disappointment. Probably my biggest disappointment of this entire film is that David never gets his McDonald's.
His Big Mac. Yeah. So sad.
At least not on screen. Gavin Blackburn says Will Smith will smack anybody in the face. He isn't choosy.
Isn't choosy.
Has he done it again? I don't. I haven't
Not that
heard
I
about
know
it.
of, but that's
I
funny.
haven't heard about continued violence from Will Smith in terms of
No.
anybody.
No.
Like,
I'm sure Jada
Chris Rock.
smacks him in the face all the time, though.
Oh no, that's not good. If that's true, we do not know if that's true or not. Merely a rumor.
Allegedly. I'm just saying I would assume so because she seems to have the pants in the family.
Canadian Spider-Man says, I hope we programmed the Canada arm to give the Chinese the
Chinese
finger.
the finger. The
Okay.
Canadian arm to give the Chinese the finger. Yeah.
I have a 4-foot bong to celebrate Independence Day, says Canadian Spider-Man. My goodness, the chats I read out loud. Howard Hesserman rocks.
Yeah. I used to have a 4-footer too.
That's enormous.
It is. It was. It was like a test of how manly you were if you could take a full 4-foot hit.
Yeah. That's amazing. You're bong taller than a toddler.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Probably as tall as David.
He must be a little taller than 4 foot.
Yeah, I would say like 42 to 46 inches.
And RVM 371 wants us to know to report
Michael Madsen.
Michael Madsen, the actor known for his roles in films like Reservoir Dogs and Kill Bill, passed away on July 3rd, 2025 at the age of 67.
No. Oh man.
Thank you
so
for
many
sharing,
people.
RVM.
Oh man, so many
Yeah.
people are passing so quickly.
Yeah, one of the Vega brothers. Sorry.
Yeah.
So-
Mr. Blonde, or no, is it Mr. Blonde? I think it is. Anyway.
Yeah, I knew about this, that it happened yesterday.
I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, and you're correct too, by the way. He is,
Mr. Blonde.
yes.
No, Mr. Pink was Steve Buscemi.
And yeah, so rest in peace, definitely.
Yeah, rest in peace, Michael Madsen. Yeah, man, that's crazy.
I don't have any Reservoir Dog clips. I haven't reviewed any Tarantino, despite the fact that I've seen them all and I love them all. And so maybe I should.
I'm about to review Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2.
Very good. That's good. And Gavin Blackburn says robots. Yeah, so we do get a robot in this movie. And File 13 says, who do you think had it worse, David or Mel Gibson in the movie Forever Young?
I haven't seen Forever Young.
Me neither. I was hoping you had.
No.
I guess we'll start that and see if Scotty's seen it when he gets back.
Yeah. I'm sure he has.
And if he can answer. So that File 13 will get at least one answer.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry I couldn't answer that. I would say David just because I only know David.
Old Man Bird says, I'm on my phone and the weather radar site deceived me. It's just cloudy outside. Oh, okay.
It does that from time to time, yeah.
That's disappointing. I love a little rain. Well, you know what?
I do too.
Actually, it's not. It's not disappointing because it's July 4th and I want to see some
fireworks. That's true. Yeah. That would
so it's actually good news.
That would ruin a lot of people's nights. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. Or
okay.
Gerald,
the kid from Fly 2. Okay.
Oh, small wonder. That's funny.
I would say David, honestly. Losing 8 years of your life, um, that that would be pretty that'd be pretty terrible.
Django Unchained. Yeah, I can imagine what that's going to be like. Ooh. Wallace Ling. Long. Is it Ling or Long?
Lang.
I heard of Michael Madsen's passing yesterday evening.
Yeah,
me
this is the first time hearing about it. That's
Yeah,
great. That's hitting me crazy, man. I mean, I know he had a lot of issues and stuff, but man, so many people so quickly within the past. I mean, not even in the past year, just in the past like 8 months. So many people are just so many like influential people anyway.
True.
Anyway, we're not here to, talk about all
Yeah.
that. It's sad though.
So next we have a phone call with the parents. He finally gets that phone call he wanted. And even prisoners get phone calls sooner than David did.
Yeah, I know, right? Sarah Jessica Parker was actually really pretty in her youth.
Yeah, this is one of her first roles.
Yeah.
So this is very early in her career.
Yeah. I'd say she's a solid 8. Here, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough to be distinctive.
Yeah. Yeah, because in
Okay.
her in her older years, she started getting really leathery and
So I love this. This is the great cut of Jeff playing with Bruiser.
yeah,
And Bruiser does a great somersault, great flip. I didn't get a clip of it because I had limited time.
yeah,
But this is great because it means that Jeff fulfilled David's wish of teaching
yeah,
Bruiser to be a champion frisbee star.
yeah. Which you would. I mean, if your younger brother or if your older brother went missing, I mean, you would devote. I mean, I would anyway. I devote everything I could to fulfilling his dreams and making his life mean something like means.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. So you really, yeah, Jeff's character is really well done here in terms of, even though doesn't do too much, what he does do is great.
Yeah. And it goes back to what you were saying. There's no villains in this movie. There's no like antagonist. It's just a story
Well, there
about
are.
people.
Yeah. I guess you could say sort of the NASA scientists are
Yeah,
antagonistic, but
no, they're just doing
their
their
job.
job. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
agreed.
Yeah. They're not trying to hurt anybody. They're just
Mhm.
trying to learn as much as they can, just like all scientists.
Yes. But they do they do they do make David a little nervous throughout the movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And Dr. Faraday says that, so David talked to his family saying that he's being locked up, and Dr. Faraday says it's for his own protection. And so we get curse words in a Disney movie. This is
Yeah.
fun.
Don't take any shit, David.
Now, don't forget your promise, Doctor. David has to be back in 48 hours.
Yeah.
That's his mom keeping Faraday in check. And Bill tells his son they're fixing his room for him for when he gets back. And they're questioning David again, with him hooked up to the monitors like he was before. And this time, of course, they're going to learn more information during this scene too. That comes after the phone call.
Mhm.
There were not any really pronounced villains in this movie. Yes, Wallace. Correct. So let's scan the kid's brain some more. And they have to bring the computers up to synchronization because it's just making everything go haywire. So They have to reconfigure them for that. And the technician asks David's name, and it appears on the computer screen in human English, and it says they ask what it was doing, and said it was in analysis mode on Phalion. And so, and then Faraday says, "What powered the craft?" And so then we get a long list of energy sources, and Dr. Faraday says they could be studying this stuff for years. So here's the video.
What language is that?
Oh, who knows what's in this boy's head?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so then Faraday asks how far it is from Earth to Phalion, and the computer answers that it is 560 light years away from Earth. So then he wants to know how long the trip took to get there.
He's like uploading the star map in his brain, like he's got a SpaceX in his skull.
Mhm. Yeah, and so we get two answers basically, because we know from Earth perspective that it took 8 years. But from the ship's perspective, it took
Is it
2.2
instantaneous?
solar years. Well,
Oh.
yeah. It took hours, sorry.
Oh,
2.2 solar
yeah.
hours.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this is the concept of Einstein's special relativity, where it takes 2.2 hours for the ship to get there and back, but from our perspective, it actually took 8 years.
See, that's really cool. I like when they use actual physics and theories that we've come up with on Earth to like, instead of just making up some shit,
Yeah, exactly.
actually using Einstein's theory to make sense of this. I think that's awesome.
So that's how David was gone only 4.4 hours for the return, getting there and back trip, and then for Earth it took 8 years. Oh, okay, so I said that a little wrong then, but you get it. Time
Yeah.
slows down as you approach the speed of light, and of course that's a
Exactly.
reference to time dilation, Einstein's theory of what would happen if you could travel close to the speed of light, and it's a
Yes.
fact of nature.
Yep.
That's been proven. And you can learn about it, anywhere books are sold. But I've also I love the way that Carl Sagan explains it in A Personal Voyage. So however you decide to
Oh,
learn about it,
I'll have to
it's really
check that
cool.
out. I've never heard.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
I've heard Carl Sagan before, but I've never heard his explanation for that.
Yeah, it's great. He talks about if you had a special camera that could track the red shifting and the blue shifting, and of course it has two brothers in here and in his story too, where one
Yeah.
gets older, but
I'm
much
gonna
older in this case.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yes. I might put a video on it on my alternate channel where I put a bunch of big clips. However, so then I wondered if you were traveling, like, according to this movie, according to actual science, you can never it's not really possible to travel close to the speed of light because of how heavy we are, but
Yeah.
if you could, the cosmic speed limit is the speed of light, so you're not
Yeah.
supposed to be able to go faster than that.
Yeah. But that's well, I mean, we don't have to get into that. But
Well, I had a lot of questions because if you're going to travel 560 light years and you only have 8 years to do it relative to people on Earth, how fast does that ship have to have been going?
well, the thing with like traveling to the speed of light is you would have to have some kind of device that um creates a barrier of gravity so that you're not in space time, you're kind of in a barrier so that the momentum that you're like when you reach that speed, you don't just completely implode. you know. So you would have to have some kind of device that keeps the ship or whatever device that you are traveling in uh uh a barrier away from momentum and keeping the gravity still where you are so that you don't feel the effects of the speed.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're limited, yeah, yes, but if we're limited to the close to the speed of light, it would have taken 1,000 years or so
Correct,
for
correct.
David to get back. So the only way that this would work is if the ship has faster than light travel, fictional
Yeah,
science fiction,
which would
pretend
mean that
warp drive.
it has that warp, that gravity bubble type
Yeah,
technology in it.
yeah, yeah. So that's it would have to for it to work at all.
Yeah.
And according to the math, says RVM 371, the ship traveled at about 99.99 999 speed of light to get to Phelan.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's well, that would be the cosmic speed limit there. Gap after Old Man Bird says you can use a cosmic background anisotropy measurements are pulsars as a clock. Ooh,
Yeah.
pulsars as a clock. I remember when they first. That's something else I learned on Carl Sagan. When they first discovered pulsars, they were like, "Hey, could that be like a aliens and their lighthouse? Could that be an alien lighthouse?" So
Mhm. Yeah.
that was the first thing that they imagined.
Yeah, let's
First.
get a like spike going. Hit that like button, everybody.
Oh yeah. I do appreciate any interaction I can have on the chat. Thank you, Prinko Walker. Also says make sure you're on live chat so you're not missing out on some of the chat. And hey, Gap After Dark is here. Hello. Baseball 1 can go ludicrous speed. Yeah. And Hitchhikers has an improbability drive. So yeah, we can do whatever we want. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. David or Daryl, who was the better 80s kid? File 13 is full of questions.
I know, he
You'd
wants
be
to know.
really you'd be really good on for short leave.
Oh yeah, file 13
Franco
is just full of not only knowledge but questions. He's a great guy to have on your panel.
Mhm. Franco's never seen Small Wonder. I think I watched one episode because Matt G kept mentioning it. So Matt G, if you're out there, because of you, I watched one episode of that show. And I don't know. I mean, it's a little girl who's an android. That's cool. David didn't lose 8 years of his life. He just missed 8 years of growing up with the planet as it was and seeing the changes. That's right. He only lost 2 hours. It's Earth that lost 8 years, but in a sense, he did lose eight
Yeah,
years because,
that's my argument. Yeah.
like, not literally, but the fact that the whole world went on without him for 8 years, he lost
Yeah.
that time with his family. He didn't have 8 years with his brother because he wasn't there for the 8 years. And it's relativity is relative. It's weird. Weird stuff.
Relativity is relative.
I have no idea what went on. Oh. Oh, you got drunk? And skipped over the whole day.
Oh wow.
The whole day. He missed Thursday. Apparently, Franco missed out on Thursday. Well,
It's not that much of it's not an important day.
yeah, it was okay. Thursday was all right. E equals MC squared. Yeah. So, what kind of watch would you have in space to tell the correct time? That's a good question. This is why you need to open wormholes to travel intergalactic distances. Yes, Stargate would be the optimal mode of travel. A stable wormhole, even better. Franco answers Gap After Dark's question. You would need a computer-controlled clock to keep track of the Earth time at high speed.
Yeah.
Gavin says time travel is impossible for us, but the Zargons can do it. Only time travel to the past is impossible because of relativity.
True.
Time travel to the future is possible, as we see here. As we see
Yep.
here, as David traveled to the future, essentially.
Yeah.
If
We are watching a documentary here, so.
Yes, if you if you only live 2 hours of your life and come back home and everything is 8 years later, I call that time travel to the future.
Yeah.
Gap After Dark. Oh, and it's theoretically possible. Gap After Dark, you can use the cosmic background and okay, now that answer makes sense. It's another answer to Gap's question. Great job, chat. Thank you, Old Man Bird, for that answer. Of course, our physical bodies are not capable of traveling at the speed of light. Correct. So it's just theoretically possible.
Yeah. But if we had a gravity bubble, like I keep saying, we could.
Yes. And that's the science fiction. But it's good science fiction, and you know that could happen.
And it is possible.
Canadian Spider-Man says, "Hey Chad, I'm here to help all the great wrenches and panelists promote Anti-Derivative Jill's channel. She is really grateful when you choose to subscribe."
Yeah.
This is
Anti-Derivative Jill is amazing. If you're not subscribed already, what the hell is wrong with you? And when the stream is over, go back and leave a comment. And yeah, it helps. And she deserves it.
Thank you. Aw, Spidey was lonely on Rumble all by himself.
Aw.
Yeah, I'll start sharing the Rumble chat out there. It's link soon enough. Maybe more people will subscribe over there if they want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna start not recommending, that's not the word. Promoting my Rumble channel more too.
Yeah. Well, because it was supposed to be a 5-year mission, but it got canceled after 3, and then we got Wallace Star Trek. And then we got the animated series, which finishes up the 5-year mission, or you could say that Star Trek Continues does that. Whichever you like.
Scotty, are you still here?
He stepped away for quite a while. I don't know exactly why he left, but given the length of time that he's been away and how many times he's been away for this long, he is out shopping.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, right? He went to go shopping. And so we're here calculating light speed. So if you're just joining us, I'm still less than halfway through this movie.
Yeah.
David is still confused about why the alien is communicating with him through the computers. And so now Faraday is asking where Phelan is. And again, the computers go nuts. And they begin flashing these star charts. And I like these I like these this right here. Not that one. This one.
He's searching through star charts.
The look on his face. That is that's awesome.
So good.
It looks so realistic, yeah.
Yes, very well done. He does look utterly confused.
Oh yeah, he looks dumbfounded, yeah.
Sir, I think he's downloading.
And then he flips out and he runs away.
As you do.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then at this point, Faraday realizes he's going to need to keep David for a little longer than 48 hours. And Carolyn essentially lets him know this when she delivers David's food in the next scene. Excuse me. Yeah, oh, goodness. So, let's see. So, let's see. All that info from a helmet liner and PC probes glued to it. Yes. Yes, that's Gavin. Yes, thank you, Gavin. You and Franco are going to get along from that one. That's right. Yes, is that Phelan? And so the alien computer speaking through David confirms that was Phalion that it showed. And so Carolyn lets David know that he's on the meal plan for the whole week. And so David is outraged, and this is some great outrage acting from this kid.
Yeah.
As we've been complimenting his work this entire movie.
Do you mind if I step away to get something to eat real quick?
Oh, not at all. Take your time. I've got
Okay.
lots of stuff to cover, and if you ever want to backtrack to something you wanted to say that I passed, you're welcome to talk about it when you get back.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, cool deal.
But that's impossible! They promised it would only be 48 hours! You guys hear me?
So this kid, he's just not only is it really well done, mature rage that he's expressing here, but also he's letting the people know on the two-way mirror that he knows it's the two-way mirror. and he's just desperate. He's desperate to leave and go home. And so he asks, "Oh, but that's impossible." It's just really good. It's really good. Sorry. I meant to go back to the slides where
1,000 quatloos.
oh goodness, 1,000 quatloos from Old Man Bird sending a $4.99 super chat. How far in the future would you jump if you couldn't go back? So if I could get in a spaceship that's protected as described by Theta of the grid, and if I could go to the future, how far in the future would I jump? I don't want to go to the future. I don't know if it's going to be a good future. I guess whenever they're going to have transhumanism and being able to put my brain in a machine, but will that be a good future? I don't know. 50 years if I had to come up with some random time. Maybe just 10 years if I had to. But I think if I had to choose, yeah, maybe just 10. I don't want to really go to the future. Franco Walker says, I'm happy with going 1 second at a time. Thank you. Yes, I agree completely with Franco Walker. So it's 0 for anti-derivative Jill. Yes, if I have a choice, if 0 is a choice, then yes. Canadian Spider-Man is far more adventurous. He says 500 years. And Old Man Bird agrees. Yeah. Wow. Well, see, if you go that far ahead, you're risking, like what happens in Time Machine, where everything's gone back primitive and everything, and got all this crazy stuff happening. So, yes, happy Independence Day. Rob Wright is here to wish us happy Independence Day. Thank you so much, Rob Wright of Gen X Pop Culture. The bot should have put your link up. I don't know why I'm bringing up my stuff. Let's see. No, it didn't. You know what? I gotta fix my bot if it didn't. Oh, yeah, there it is. Flight of the Navigator is a classic. Great movie. There's your chat there. Oh. Okay, so the mystery of what Scotty's doing has been solved. I thought he went shopping, but instead he went gardening. Okay, so that's more reasonable. So I know how to make fire, and your lighters and Swedish steel should still work after the jump. Oh, yeah, that's true. You'd be very helpful. So let's go back to the movie here. This kid. So right. So Carolyn. Yeah. So there's a voice. David keeps hearing voices that seem to be coming from the NASA hangar bay. So definitely from the spaceship. He asks Carolyn for help, and she says she'll see what she can do. But we don't ever really know whether or not she actually did anything to help him, in particular, if she programmed Ralph or if Max programmed Ralph. We don't know who programs Ralph, but nonetheless, Max tells David to get into the Ralph unit to make it go to the spaceship. So it would make sense if Max somehow reprogrammed Ralph. We don't know his name is Max yet, but I'm just using the name Max because it just makes it a lot easier than saying, hey, voice of the saucer spaceship. So the voice of the saucer spaceship is essentially eventually named Max. And so there we go. It tells David to get into this robot guy, robot Ralph, and so he does. And so here's they have a little mini pseudo 1980s action scene. So there's Max getting in the little ship. A little ship. No, a little robot. A robot. Sorry about that. Here's the video for that.
Come on, we'll get you your own breakfast.
So that was a close one. The dog had noticed. The dog noticed something was wrong with this robot, and that David was inside. But the human, fortunately, completely ignored the dog and thought the dog just wanted the food that was inside. And here's some more 80s action music. That's fun. I love the deer. Great. And so David's scrunched up inside this robot. This is his escape from the room to the spaceship to the hangar bay, which contains the spaceship. So we're finally getting to the spaceship, and so this is good times. I'm excited to get to the spaceship myself. And David makes it to the hangar bay, and he sees the ship for the first time, aside from the computer monitors, of course. But it's mostly covered up, so he has to journey to it. Making that journey. And Old Man Bird says Canadian Spider-Man is the man we should aspire to be. And that is a fair point. RVM 371 says, I would submit that NASA take a bit of a bad character role by lying to not just David, but his family. You can't trust a liar, and that's true. They do lie, definitely. Especially later on in the movie when the character Faraday lies directly to Bill being David's dad.
Oh, come on. You're really going to slag him on that?
Faraday lying to Bill? Well, only because RVM 371 brings it up, and it is fair to say that Faraday is lying. I'm not saying whether or not that's like a thing that should be reprimanded, but lying to Bill is not helpful to Bill.
I do really appreciate the line that leads up to that, and it seems like it's more of a joke setup and payoff as it is. But I guess it does speak to the character. But it's like we just lost the two most important things in the history of America. What else could go wrong? And then the boy's father's on the phone, sir.
Yeah, that's true.
And he does, and they don't make a big deal out of it either. It's not like it's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's just
Yeah,
like he
no,
rolls
Bill's
his
totally
eyes and
fine
goes
with it.
into it.
He's like, just let me know when he can call back.
Well, and don't forget, Sarah Jessica Parker's on the case.
Yeah, she is.
But
she
yeah, I
is,
guess
she is.
Faraday's a bit of a
She
dick
does,
for
she
saying, yeah,
does.
your son is missing. He's in an alien spacecraft.
Carolyn does even that out and tell the family the truth. That's true. So Canadian Spider-Man says, "Don't make me time you out," to Old Man Bird. Publicly embarrassing me. Ding, we love having you in the chat with your positivity. Oh, Old Man Bird was making Canadian Spider-Man blush, saying that Old Man Bird was saying that Canadian Spider-Man is the man we should aspire to be.
I don't have any argument with that.
And Rob writes, Gen X Pop Culture, saying Pee-wee Herman did the voice. Yes, Pee-wee Herman is Max in this movie, the voice of the spaceship. Artificial intelligence.
I'm with you, Jill, in terms of Paul Rubens' vocal performance, in that when I rewatched it this morning, I was like, oh, wow, doesn't even sound like Paul Rubens, like in anything I've ever heard him in. Like, what do you know Paul Rubens from aside from being Pee-wee Herman? I know it's a tough question. I have it. I can do two off the top of my head. And that is playing Oswald Cobblepot's father in Batman Returns. And that was, I think, his first cinematic return after the Florida incident. And then when he was in Blow, he was really good. The Johnny Depp Devil's Dandruff movie. I don't know if we can say cocaine on YouTube. But yeah, no, that was a great performance by him. Also, the spleen from Mystery Men, although that was kind of childish, but I love Mystery Men. So, and the spleen is a part of it. He is gross, but he's gross with purpose. But yeah, Paul Rubens is amazing. And so I forgot how much of a chameleon he can be until, again, I was reminded watching this movie when he is actually the straight-laced robot computer compliance. I love that little lilt in his vocal performance. Compliance.
Yeah, he did really great. He did really good. And I do love the progression that he starts off as one character and transforms into another, and that he specifically left his name off the credits just so he could surprise people. That's how much he loves to entertain.
Did you hear about that one time that he entertained himself in Florida?
Yes, I did. In a place that was like,
designed for that process.
That kind of thing. It's like,
yeah.
Why do you have a place like this if you can't do?
Why were you screaming on the roller coaster?
Rob Wright, Gen X Pop Culture says, "Okay, folks, you gotta run. Have a happy and safe 4th of July." Yes, definitely. And there were a couple of tweets yesterday that I retweeted about also making sure to keep your pets safe. They get really scared with the fireworks, so make sure they're in a place where they're not going to go ballistic when the fireworks go ballistic.
Don't forget to get your pets spayed or neutered.
That too. Oh, yeah. That's another thing about this movie that makes me upset. When I saw we get to it later.
Like all the, I don't even want to say it, Jill. What made you upset?
There's a Price is Right scene, and that's not Bob Barker.
No, but that was primetime Price is Right. That was a different Price is Right. Actual canonical, historically accurate host of the Price is Right. They got a different guy for the nighttime one. They played the Price is Right twice a day.
Tell me more when we get there. It was me who jumped. It's still alive, says Franco. I prodded one of its legs and it moved. What? I love when I read a chat, but I didn't read the first one and I have no idea. Oh, it was a spider. That's right. Welcome back, Scotty, says Franco.
Thanks, Franco.
Right, the spider. Okay,
I had to
great.
go and water my green thumb.
Oh yeah, good work. You did that quickly, relatively
did.
speaking, knowing now that
Well,
what you were doing. I thought you were shopping or something, but you're
No.
doing chores.
Well, no, Jill. I thought I was only gone for a couple of minutes, but it turns out that I was in the future for 8 years. So I was used as a guinea pig. My parents were dead. My sister said, "Why are you only 47?" And so then I met up with the spaceship that took me away.
Oh
I'm back
no, that must
now.
be really traumatizing for you.
It's not that bad though, because I got a little gremlin from a different planet. His planet got blown up because it was hit by a comet.
We'll
But
meet the
now
gremlin later.
Yeah, he can do
have
my
some-
chores.
Have some 80s action music since you're
Let's
back.
do it. Ralph is like this movie's R2-D2.
Yeah. Or Wally.
Or Wally.
Disney.
Well, and the thing is that when they introduced Ralph, is that his name, Ralph?
Yes, Ralph.
And so when they introduced Ralph, I was like, oh my God, is this necessary? And then when Ralph carries David away, it's like, good work, Ralph. You were necessary to the plot. I'm glad that you're not just a novelty. This isn't just Rocky's robot.
Yeah,
from
it
Rocky
wasn't.
4.
Oh, Data mentioned the same thing.
Oh, nice, nice.
So there's the spaceship.
See?
It's all tethered,
Yes.
so it doesn't float away.
So canonically, well, this isn't the same canon, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but that is a spaceship.
Yeah.
And they can't get into it with blow torches, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So in the movie Independence Day, they do weld like earth-borne alloys onto the space fighter that they get from Area 51, right? So this ship is more indestructible. Well, indestructible, whereas the alien ships from Independence Day, I suppose, destructible. So big ups to the whatever is making this ship do whatever it does. Far advanced technology. It's a mimetic polyalloy.
So good thing those aliens weren't coming to invade. They just wanted to explore remotely.
They just wanted to kidnap children. And what's wrong with that? Really?
Well, but they were going to put them back.
Oh, that makes it all better, I suppose.
Yeah.
We're gonna Cosby them. We'll take them away, and then we'll bring them back with their memories erased.
No, don't. Why do you always have to remind me of my destroyed childhood? God.
Yes. Sorry about
I know it's a little. Yeah. No, I really liked that show when I was a kid. It was just.
No, me too. I did too. I even saw Leonard Part 6.
Oh, I didn't go that far, but
No, I
I
did.
want to show this. I might
He
replay
defeats
this
lobsters with melted butter.
Lobsters.
In Leonard Part 6. We'll cover it next week.
Okay. No, we will not. But I'm going to play this.
Yes.
Because it's much better than describing it. Because it just, the opening just melts away. And it just looks like a Mercury.
I love it.
And this is David's first view of the ship. Just opening up right for him. And like Spidey was saying earlier, the visual effects were done. This is the CGI that we've been waiting for. That Data was saying inspired Terminator.
Do you think? Wait, can you play it again?
Of course.
I want to take a closer look because I don't know if this is CGI. I don't think that's CGI.
It is definitely CGI.
I don't think it is. I think it's I don't know. I want to say incorrectly something closer to claymation, but I think that the CGI that they
help us.
But the CGI that they used, I think, was specifically in regards to a reflective surface in terms of that's what they used for the visual effect in terms of using computer graphics to make it so that there was a reflective surface on the ship itself. I don't think the steps were CGI, but
you're right about the reflection mapping. You're everywhere says the reflection mapping was CGI.
Oh, Gavin says yes, I'm wrong.
To make the ship look chrome. And Gavin says, you think it's a real ship, Scotty?
Yes. I thought this was the documentary. Everyone's been talking about this documentary. I thought this was the documentary.
Paul Rubens does not normally speak in it like his Pee-wee Herman character, so his voice can carry like that of a cartoon voice actor. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wallace, thank you. And also Pee-wee himself. Check it out. It's
the bank owes Scotty 8 years of compound interest. Oh, you just wow, you got to collect on that.
Well, what's the compound interest of $0?
Oh shoot.
I know, right?
Shut up, Wesley. I don't know why Franco wants you to shut up, but okay.
Makes sense. But it has something to do with Leonard's part 1 to 5.
Probably. I know why. Yes, you should shut up about that. Canadian Spider-Man says Scotty's always making insightful points that most don't think of. His brain is wired with extra cables and diodes that enjoy PBR.
It is my synaptic lubricant for some damned reason.
Gavin says, yes, it is CGI, covered in the documentary I sent Jill, that Jill should have watched. I added that last part.
When did he send it to you?
Yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday. It's just
you didn't even tell me about this. I could have shared. I could have shared in the knowledge. I could have done some research.
That's true. I should have sent it to you.
We should have more staff.
Well, I'll respect what you send next time a little better, Gavin. I do appreciate what you did.
Yeah, that was really great. That was really thoughtful. If only everyone involved in the show had been able to play.
Yeah.
It's like leaving a Christmas present under the tree until the 27th of December.
Mm-hmm.
Flight of the Navigator documentary? I only found out about it when I was looking through Howard Hessman's his filmography, and then I was like, oh, Beyond the Navigator. I didn't even know this was a thing. Which, again, going back to someone else in the chat said, it's like, I got to pick this up on Blu-ray or DVD. And the only answer that I have for you is whichever one has more special features. Because I would love to see more about the creation. Like, look at this set. This is incredible.
Yes, it's really pretty.
That's not. And I do.
I love
they built that.
I love the reflective surfaces. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the sets. And there was 2 life-size props and miniatures made for this too.
Amazing. What, did they make the exterior like? Oh, right. I forgot about that. I have an interesting fun fact. Right. So the actual fiberglass mock-up of the ship was like in storage, or like it was basically cast asunder, and people refurbished it, and it is, as of, I don't know, let's say the 2020s, it is it's a roof on one of the food vendors in Disneyland's Magic Kingdom.
Is that what happened to it? Really? Oh, hold on.
Well, half
my
of
daughter's here. Just a second.
Sure. It's good to see Daniel's Hot Topics, who says, hello. I heard of this movie. I never saw it, though. Well, I don't know if you're a Disney Plus subscriber. I think it's on Disney Plus. This is a Disney film. It's the second of 2 films that included a cuss word, although my brain is so desensitized, I didn't catch the cuss word.
Which cuss word? What?
I don't know which one. No, apparently this is the second of 2.
There's 2 shits in this movie.
There's 2 shits? Well, I didn't get the 2 shits. Did I give them? No.
Yeah. So essentially, Max is telling David he has the information that he needs, and that he has all the star charts, and Max is kind of like a periscope kind of thing, zooming in. Well, and he does this. I have the video. But can I find the video? That's so many.
Just we can't do research at the same time. Gavin told me to do something, and I'm doing that.
Oh, well, it's not that I'm doing research. I was just looking for the video. Here it is.
Oh, Wallace says.
I forgot what number I was on.
That's fine.
Hey.
Wallace.
The Navigator.
I was playing a video. You gotta pay attention.
That's rad. You want to play it again?
Yes.
Okay.
You are the Navigator.
Yes.
You got to send me that clip. That's my new ringtone.
Okay.
And also, you have to send me. Do you have a compliance? Do you have a compliance?
Of course I do. You know that you didn't make any requests, but somehow you transmitted that information to my brain from your brain through the internet to my computer.
Well, don't say it out loud. You'll have to pay a tariff.
Compliance.
It wasn't a good one. I need a cleaner one.
You need a cleaner compliance.
I need a cleaner compliance. Oh, my stars. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Compliance.
Yeah, it's all right. Score is kind of overcutting it, but I'll figure it out. I'll find it because that'll be my notification.
Find a better one and I'll clip it for you. But I knew
You
I
are
wanted
the
one.
Navigator is my ringtone, which is going to drive the ladies towards me, I can tell you. And then compliance every time I get a text message, which is absolutely going to please the police.
So we want to please
Wallace says, hey, Scotty, because my birthday takes place in the first week of July, I usually leave one of my presents under the Christmas tree until my birthday. You have more discipline than I, sir. My birthday is early in July or in January. Like I have, and I get really pissy about it because it's Christmas, then it's New Year's, and then it's my birthday. And for the rest of the year, it's nicer. Like it's cold in December and January. Nothing else happens for me to look forward to through the rest of the year. It's like all of my celebrations are ripped off like a Band-Aid. And the culture throws me something like Easter, whoop-de-doo, Basil, or Halloween. I mean, it's like, sure, yeah, I guess I can carry around this Captain America shield if I want. Thanksgiving, I like turkey.
So, yeah.
But all the good stuff happens within 2 weeks of the year.
All right. I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Hey, Data, you just got back at the perfect time because the ship has finally escaped the hangar bay and David's about to fly. So all the adults everybody's just freaking out. They're confused and they're panicking and they can just watch. They don't really have any choice because the 12-year-old is on the spaceship and they can't get to him. But the grown-ups do try to take control of the situation by pulling their guns out because they're afraid of an alien invasion.
Because
But
that
that
always
doesn't happen.
helps.
Yeah, more guns. That's good. At least they weren't
So-
replaced with walkie-talkies in this movie.
Yeah.
So does, and this is a stupid question because someone says it changed shape.
Yeah.
Like, does it go into flight mode?
Not yet, but it will. It will soon.
When it like, just because
Going back to the adults freaking out, that was one of the curse words. One guard says, "Holy shit, it's an alien," and guard 2 says, "No, you idiot, it's the kid."
Yeah.
So that's the other shit. There's 2 of them. So
Yeah,
Faraday,
it does change shape though.
yeah. So
holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. So David can basically see everybody through the view screen,
Mhm.
and of course the chain snap, the saucer escapes, and
Yeah.
the voice wants maneuvers from David.
I don't think it's a view screen. I think he just makes it transparent.
No, that's what she's saying. Yeah. And the more that you say things like that and remind me that this is literally they took this they took all this stuff from the Bob Lazar incident. This is I mean, to the T, this is what he accounted for as far as the space shuttle that he was working on.
Oh, in terms of going just 20 miles straight up?
Well, and as far as like the when you get in the ship, the everything just goes transparent and you can see everything around you, although nothing can be seen in. There's no seams in the ship, so there's no way of finding a way to enter it unless you're invited in, basically. Just all this stuff. I mean, I guarantee you that they saw the Bob Lazar interview and they were like, let's add this.
Let's market this to children.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's an addition. That's a great addition to the lore of this movie. And so David asks to get 20 miles away from their current location, so the ship complies. But it does it. The ship complies by flying straight up, vertically, into the stratosphere.
Compliance.
What are you doing?
Loved it.
Yes.
Oh, and the relationship between Max and David is pretty rad.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. And it of course gets better as this last half of the movie continues.
Well, we got to scan his noggin.
Exactly. Yeah, they
And I
scanned
already
it.
described.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got to scan him. I got that too. I already described all of this that is happening in the slides, so we're just gonna wait for them to scroll on by. This is already been discussed. And we don't have to discuss it again.
Gotta look on Twitter. I'm being summoned.
You're being summoned?
To Twitter.
Can you describe what you're talking about?
I will. No, the chat's already describing what I'm on a side quest for, and I apologize for calling it Twitter.
I don't know what the side quest is.
You'll find out shortly, milady.
I have to wait?
Yeah, you gotta wait. There we are. Found it. Gavin.
Okay.
Genius. Science. Beautiful.
Okay, so I don't like not knowing what you're talking about. Can you please describe what the side quest was and what your discovery was, please?
Okay, so remember that thing that Gavin sent you 2 days ago that I am really excited to see?
Yes.
And how I didn't get to see it, but everyone else in this chat can, go click on it and watch it later.
Yes.
So I'm just going to drop a little link in the chat as requested by channel viewers. Don't say I've never done it. There it is. How about that, Science?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Okay.
And I apologize for making it so clandestine.
Yeah, I know, right? That was weird. But,
Yeah, the secrecy
so Scotty
was not
just
necessary.
No, secrecy was not necessary to say that Scotty has put the link in the chat for the documentary on the special effects on the making of this movie regarding the
Oh,
special
cool.
effects.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scotty.
No, don't thank me. It
Very
was
helpful.
Gavin. It was Gavin who did it. I
Thank
just
you.
followed.
Thank you, Gavin.
Yeah. Gavin, thank you.
Gavin.
Yes. Yes. So of course the ship goes 20 miles up, and of course that causes him to go straight into the stratosphere. Here we are in the stratosphere.
And this is kind of neat-ish. This is the only time that David is somewhat weightless? Like,
True.
I don't understand the inertial dampeners on Max.
I think it's more for just the audience's surprise or whatever.
But technically, this is the only time he actually goes in space.
Yeah, but technically, if the gravity dampeners are on, then that shouldn't be an issue anyway. So I think it might just and
that makes sense.
And as we've seen in the past in this movie,
Exactly,
they've been pretty pretty scientific with their theories, with the way that they explain things and stuff like that. So this might just be a way to get the audience engaged and kind of give them a little thrill. So,
well, I never believed in science until I first saw Howard Hessman.
So here's that transformation you were talking about a little bit ago, Scotty, here 37.
Yeah, yeah. See,
So
I always thought
storage shed.
Well, yeah, whatever. Toll booth.
That's when it turns into a Krellian Star Cruiser.
Yeah, but the thing is that whenever I watch it, and even today, like I remember it from before, and the only reason that I know that it changes shape is because there is dialogue that says it just changed shape. I always thought it just turned.
No,
I thought it was pointy at the front and it turned left.
No, because it does it again when he has to pee.
Yeah, it's one of the pilots who says, "Oh my God, it changed shape."
Yes.
Oh, before that
Anyway,
though,
no,
I
it's rad.
also before that I got so excited about the transformation, I forgot that I also got a video of the ship going straight down as it went straight up.
This is a Disney movie. How many clips can you play?
There he is.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Like, and especially like it goes straight up 20 miles and then it immediately stops on a dime. And when it is coming straight down, I love how everyone just reacts. Like, good for you. Good for you, actors in 1985. I'm assuming the production was.
Yeah, they all acted in unison. They obviously had something there that they were, maybe like a ball or some kind of.
I think it just is a countdown. I think that the director.
Oh,
probably said,
maybe, yeah.
The spacecraft is about to hit in 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, I agree. They did a great job. I think that all the acting in this movie is pretty good. It's pretty stellar.
Well, and it helps that it's not like a star-studded ensemble. Like, I love Howard Hessman and I love Veronica Cartwright. I even like that little Canadian kid who tried to rob a bank. But
I like him too. Like,
I do too.
What was he doing trying to rob a bank though?
Yeah,
well, I guess I gotta watch the documentary.
Clearly, well, what was the old saying? There's a reason why Mickey Mouse has 3 fingers. It's because he doesn't like to pay you.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Canadian Spider-Man says, "That's cool. I have them in my room and I let them be." Oh, okay. I think we're still talking about spiders. And Wallace wants to know if I'm going to watch Friday Night Frolics tonight. I'm going to try to, but it might be later. Might get in late because I'm going to go visit with my family in a few hours.
Yeah.
Why? What's the occasion?
Well, there's this little thing called
Yeah.
July 4th and
Oh, right. I heard
Birth
it's
of
your
a Nation.
Independence,
And
Independence
such.
Day.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bill Pullman's gonna come out and give a speech so that we can go destroy the alien mothership.
I thought Jeff was going to
Nice.
light fireworks off of a Fort Lauderdale roof.
I have got to get me one of these.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello, boys. I'm back.
ugh. I just recommended Independence Day, and I said there's only one thing that you have to get over. It's the guy who slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah,
So-
but
True.
1990s Will Smith didn't
Yeah.
slap Chris Rock, so
Although he,
I'll leave
he,
him in a time capsule.
yeah, although there
That makes
was
sense.
some movies that he didn't, like Wild Wild West and
I love
you
Wild
know,
Wild West.
You did? Oh wow.
I think no, but that's where I got my suspension of disbelief theory. Is Wild Wild West. There was a giant mechanical spider.
Yeah.
And then Will Smith fell off of it. And
What was that?
My sister said he wouldn't survive that fall. And I was like, oh, it's the power of gravity that is you won't buy that. Okay. It's not the giant mechanical spider. And from that point forward.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, from that point forward, it's just like, seriously.
Yeah. That giant spider was supposed to be in another movie, but the director of the other movie didn't want it in there. So they put it in Wild Wild West. I forget which movie it was.
Superman.
Was it? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was the Nicolas Cage Superman, right?
Yeah. To the point at which, like, I didn't see the new Flash with Ezra Miller, but apparently the Nicolas Cage Superman is fighting a giant spider in that abomination of a CGI mashup.
Oh no. I never watched that because Ezra Miller.
Well, and also I don't really care about the Flash.
I do
I'm not a
because
Flash fan.
I'm a Flash fan. I really like his story, especially Barry Allen's version and Wally West, but also because the Green Lantern is my favorite DC hero. And
Yeah, me too.
And Green Lantern and Barry Allen, Hal Jordan and Barry Allen are best friends.
Oh,
So
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
so
that's why
he's
I
not
like
my favorite. I'm just aware of him.
So let's get back to the movie. So Max is bragging. He's saying, "I can move at any speed, speak thousands of languages, and analyze species from civilizations light years beyond yours." And then, yeah. So anyway,
This is where he gets out to pee.
yeah, and this is where he gets out to pee. Yeah.
But I also like that he stops by cows.
Yeah.
Me too. Going back to Theta's theme of talking about conspiracy or UFO stuff.
Absolutely. There's a lot of, well, even heck, Dan Aykroyd talks about it in Ghostbusters 2. Cow mutilations.
Oh, like yeah. It is in 2. Yeah.
No wild animal would ever mutilate a cow.
So this time, of course, the ship
Can we go back
20. This time, of course, the ship goes 20 miles along the ground instead of up.
So I didn't realize that Brie Larson's mom was in this movie.
Is that really Brie Larson's mom?
No, but it looks like Brie Larson's mom.
It does. Okay, it does, but I just didn't know if you were.
No, it's not for real.
DJ Play Nice, what's up, brother? I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing, brother?
DJ Play Nice, hello. He
Can't
says,
stay, but wanted to say hi. Hope you have a wonderful 4th of July, brother.
The Golden Man.
You
The
must be
Golden
mistaken,
Man.
sir. The gentleman and I have never met. Whee!
Nice.
So DJ Play Nice says, Happy Independence Day. Thanks for hosting. Can't stay, but I wanted to say hi and leave a like because you rock. Yeah. Yeah, I too. I'm gonna be busy soon. I gotta get through this movie. But Wallace says the most popular sci-fi, the spacecraft has artificial atmosphere, including simulated gravity that makes people breathe and walk around rather than suffocate and float around.
Very
Yes.
true.
Yes,
You
very,
speak
very
the truth, Wallace.
Totally. But
He
I
does.
just, in terms of the inertial dampeners, like I know I get it. It's a joke, and he's on the ceiling at the first time they go up, and then when they come down, and yada yada yada. But he's like kind of floating after he's on the ceiling, and then he kind of floats down, and then they are just like, deal with it. We're on a spaceship. Maybe they maybe Max recalibrated for the mass of David. Guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Or maybe he was
Yeah.
just messing with him.
Yeah, maybe,
Oh, that's
but
true
he's not
too.
in his playful state yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the
Yeah,
ship
but he's
is
in his
yes.
literal state, so it does still make sense, ish.
What? But you know what? Even Max, before he becomes more human, he still is playful. So he does moo at the cows here. He
Nice,
is
yes.
made to be exploratory because he's studying life on different planets, and he's chosen Max on this planet.
I love floating stairs. I know they're so dangerous, but I love floating stairs.
I'm cool with them. So this is the part you were talking about earlier in terms of talking about using 10% of your brain. So we filled up the rest of it
With Star Trek.
with star charts. Yeah.
Star charts.
And
yes.
And so that's the thing is you're absolutely right. Using only 10% of your brain is a myth, and they say that, but really what it is that we use all of our brain, but not all of it at once,
At
or
the
we would
same
have a
time,
seizure or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we use parts of it at a time. It might be 10%, it might be 15%, or I don't know. I don't know what the range is precisely.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's
But
all there
we-
for a reason,
Yeah.
just for different activities.
Like if
Yes,
I could
exactly.
get like a little thing on the out, like a headband, I guess, just on the outside of my head. I don't want an implant, but if I could just get like a little thing that monitored the electrical impulses in my brain and find out how much of my brain do I use. Like, you know how you can get a usage report off of your cell phone?
Yeah.
And so, like, just be like, oh, your weekly brain usage report is in. You use 37% of your brain this week. Your highest usage was on Friday afternoons and Tuesdays.
Or you could see little motions of parts of your brain lighting up.
Yeah.
For
Like
certain parts of your day.
like YouTube analytics, like what parts of the day, like what time of the day do you use this part of your brain the most?
Why does my brain light up like a Christmas tree every night at 4:45 a.m.?
Yeah, exactly.
For why?
What am I thinking about?
Well, you're
am I
dead
doing?
asleep and you're in
Yeah.
the midst of recharging. I don't even know what's
Yeah.
Also, I made that up.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you could be dreaming about something particular that sets off that electrical impulse in your brain, and it could mean something repressed, or
That's
it
a
could,
fun idea.
It could unlock the secrets of everything.
Maybe that'll happen when people start putting chips in themselves. I
Maybe
for one do not want to do that.
I don't either.
4:45 a.m. every morning. My brain is excited for 60 seconds, and you know why? Ghosts.
So given this idea of using the 90% not used of your brain, or whatever portion is not being used, so this chart data would have to be dynamic, and it would have to be smaller than the amount of brain that you can use at a time. and it would have to dance around the parts of your brain currently not in use, and then it would say like, "Oh no, the human needs to use this part of the brain. The data now has to jump over to this part." And so that's how it would have to work if it was going to work.
Yeah, but you're a computer scientist. You're thinking about available RAM.
Yes.
So I don't think
I
it's
think of
I don't think
I
it's a
think of
matter of
brains like
available RAM.
computers.
Well, allocation of resources is an important thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think of it more of you need a better processor.
Well, no, this is the only one we got, dude. It's evolutionary.
Well, I know, but I'm saying we can evolve our brain, our
So you want to
processor.
stick a thing in there? You want to get a Pentium in your
No,
noggin?
no. I'm saying organically.
How?
I think that there might be ways to like transcendental meditation or
I gotta try that, by the way.
yeah, you know, some ways that you can maybe unlock you know, ways of using certain parts of your brain in different ways. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been thinking about going on the David Lynch diet when it comes to my my mind expansion, and it's just it's strictly like I got to cut out PBR, got to cut out the perfectly legal substances,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
recreational botanicals,
Yeah.
and just go with coffee, and transcendental meditation.
Well, coffee
God,
and cherry
he
coffee
does
and
have a
cherry
diet.
pie. And cherry pie.
Makes
You
sense.
can't,
What
you
were you
can't
gonna say,
forget the
Jill?
cherry pie.
I was surprised that that wasn't a joke. David
That's
Lynch
not a
does have
joke.
a diet. He eats the same thing every day. I'm just not gonna.
Well, he dresses great, and we basically have the same hair. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
he has great hair. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And well, and his only downside, his Achilles heel. You know what it was? He loved smoking.
Yeah.
So I'm
See,
just basically.
but there's
I'm
people out there
gonna
that
buy the
smoke.
Bible of
See, but
David Lynch,
there's people that smoke until they're 100. You know, so you know it's not
like Burgess Meredith.
Yeah.
So
But
Max,
anyway.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go have a cigarette. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, great. Okay, Max says that he crashed into an electrical tower, and that's why he needed to move the data into David's mind. And so that's why he needs David to be his navigator. And well, he says specifically, correction, I need the superior information in your inferior brain. And so David says, if I'm so inferior, how come you took 8 years to bring me back? So he says that he usually sends his specimens back where they belong on time when he's supposed to.
Yeah.
But and he takes them and then he brings them back before they even know that they left, except for David. And what happened was is that they found out that it's too dangerous to send David back in time. He wouldn't survive it according to their information.
Yeah.
But David says that he's not going to get back on the ship unless Max says he'll take him home, and so he does. And so all he does is say, "Let's get out of here." So he doesn't tell him any specific place to go at this point. And so then the ship changes again for travel, and it's awesome every time.
Yeah, it's funny how the spaceship and David go from like a terrifying alien tech movie to a stoner buddy comedy in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the best part. And so this is the part where the ship keeps calling David Navigator, and he's like, "My name's David." And then he wants to know what to call the voice of the ship, and the ship says, "I'm a Trimaxion drone ship."
Oh,
And so that's
I'm glad you remembered that or wrote that down because I didn't remember that.
yeah, that's how
Try
Max got
Max.
his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew it had something to do with Max being in there, but I would have never remembered what the
I
full.
do yeah, I do take notes. I do spend a
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah.
longer time than I wanna admit working on this stuff.
Yeah.
So it's
But that's what
magic.
makes your stream so great.
Yeah, and you guys, you just enhance it with the extra stuff you guys know.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's true. So David wants to ask the ship for a place to go where NASA can find him. So they go under the sea.
Under the sea.
I didn't say take us out of the ocean. All I asked for was a place they couldn't find us.
This was the first place suggested by my databanks.
It's funny, that doesn't sound anything like Pee-wee Herman at all.
Yeah, it doesn't. So he's really great at masking his voice at the beginning here, and so if everybody didn't tell me, it would have been a fun surprise for
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
once he starts laughing.
Yeah, it's only when he starts like laughing and like saying words and his funny voice that he gives it away.
Yeah. So Max is working on programming the circuitry for the mind transfer so he can get David's star charts that are in his brain. And and this is where Max gets to meet the aliens I was talking about earlier.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But we got to catch up with the slides. So the slides are gonna go a little slower than me because I use the videos to tell the story, and I forgot about the slides.
Hey, I love the videos.
Me too. Well, and those took a while too.
Yeah,
those took a little while because I cut them myself from the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why it's so hard to make videos. Like when I'm doing breakdowns on like the Superman trailer or something like that. It's hard to I'll record the audio, but then I'll have to go back and like actually cut up the scenes to make them fit into the video, especially when you're
It
doing
does
like
take a
20 to
tremendous
30
amount of
minutes.
time. So
Yeah,
it's
especially
a
when
lot
you're
of fun
doing
doing
like
it.
20 to 30 minutes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So here's the mini zoo that he has in the wall here, and all the specimens that he's collected to study. And promise he's going to take them back right when he left them, not where he left them and when he left them.
What a noble spaceship.
Yes, he promises. He's just borrowing them. So this is they all have different names, and
I wonder if they're all navigators from their planet.
Oh, I don't know.
That
Well,
just popped in my mind.
only if the ship had to store the star chart information in any of them.
Yeah. But I mean, like, what if there's different star charts that the ship needs for different missions or something? You know what I mean? Like, what if in different galaxies or something like that? I don't know. Just a thought.
Oh, right. Who he chooses for the navigator depends on where he is in the universe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whichever alien was closest to where he was, he probably would have used somebody else's. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It just depends. So then we have like all kids, he uses tactile touch to explore, but Max warns him that it's a Garpuntal from South Putralis. Once he bites, he never lets go.
And then he eats his hat.
There he is. There's that little.
He's an ugly fella.
Yes, very ugly. Kind of. What does it look like? So then there's a
Venustaurus. Venustaurus.
From the Pixar.
Who would have known that Disney and Pixar would have collaborated in the future?
Yeah, this is foretelling.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing.
The prophecy has been realized.
Yes. And I did get a little bit of some of this scene here in some videos.
Where did they come from?
Don't touch. That is a garpunter from Salvin Travels.
Oh.
Once he bites, he never lets go.
I love that. After that happens, he immediately sticks his hand back in.
I know, right?
Like, what about this one? Will this one bite my finger off? And then, of course,
And now you're dead, and I'll never get the star charts. Thanks a lot, David.
That could have been your head.
Yeah. And Max is just thinking that could have been my star chart.
Right, exactly. That's what he's really thinking.
Yeah.
Then we see this freaking crazy thing.
What's in here?
How does
Now,
it?
I have a
How does it
question.
make that noise?
I
Go ahead.
have a big question. Considering we've seen the metamorphosis of the ship, can we trust the capacity from the outside? Is this TARDIS technology?
Oh, good question. I don't
Because
know.
we only see an eyeball. That could be a giant.
Yeah. Or Fantastic Beast type of thing too with the suitcase.
I don't know. I don't listen to hip hop.
It's Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, see?
Yeah, right. And he's talking about the Newt's commander who keeps all these creatures inside a tiny briefcase.
Yeah.
But it's like but you go inside of it and it's
Yeah. It's like the TARDIS,
like a
basically.
zoo on the inside.
Like Mary Poppins handbag?
Kind of, yeah, pretty much, but much bigger, I think.
Well,
I mean,
capacity is important.
it's like its own country in the suitcase.
Well, yeah, inside the suitcase, it's like at least as big as Busch Gardens.
Yeah.
What a weird frame of reference, but I dig it. It's got to be as big as Canada's Wonderland.
Okay, so the Garpuntel that
Gotta
we
be
just
as
saw,
big as the Mall of America.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
so this guy, this guy right here, when he burps eating the NASA hat, he it's actually Joey Kramer belching, slowed down to sound
Oh,
deeper
wow.
and longer.
Cool. I didn't know that.
Because of course, Joey Kramer's voice has not dropped yet.
Yeah.
And then David keeps coming back for more. Yeah, he's just so curious. But fortunately, the next one that he's curious about is a more innocent creature. He finds a pet, basically. We'll see it in a second. That's not the pet. What is that? We don't get to know what that is.
That's my wife.
Okay. And that looks like
the
fish eggs.
snotty goo.
Ew, yeah. I don't know what that is. It's just weird.
It has.
I thought it might be a colony creature, but it's not. And then
you and your colony creatures.
well, I'm always looking for them everywhere.
I'm trying to get you a BEM action figure. Stop yelling at me.
Well, it's not my fault I don't have one.
Yeah, that's true.
So what was that again? I'm not going to really learn the names of these creatures. Giant eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would
Man
call
to
it.
Seyfried.
Okay, there it is. That's the punk Marin. That's the little gremlin that Scotty was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, he's cute. What's his name? Oh, Puckamarin.
They never name him. They never name him.
Puckamarin. He's not dangerous.
Yeah.
No, but they should name him though. He has those cute green eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's cute. He's a cute little alien. But he's actually a sentient alien who's really upset that his planet was destroyed by a comet.
Yeah. I don't even know if he knows that he's the last of his kind.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something that you can communicate with him at some point.
Yeah.
We don't get a sequel to this movie to find out.
No.
It is hinted at, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is hinted at. And here, however, all David is doing is amusing the Puckman and causing him to giggle, tickling him. And Max doesn't understand, laughing. And David explains that it makes you happy and that you should give it a try. And I have video.
He starts laughing like that.
Oh, I didn't need the video. They deserve the
Yeah.
But I'm gonna play the video anyway.
Got it.
Oh, I have 2 of them actually. Here's one.
Can I hold him?
Just keep him quiet. I'm concentrating.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. And then this one.
I guess it makes you feel happy. You should try it.
Well, and I guess this. Well, no, they did. This is after Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah.
I do. Oh, fuck. I love. Sorry about the swear. I do love the. I just love Pee-wee Herman as a cultural phenomenon that transcends age. Like, I love how it was an adult review when it first started out, and then it transformed into like, well, we can do it for kids, but it also works for all ages.
Exactly. It was a mature themed comedy bit that Paul Rubens was doing, and then it got approved for a child's show. It's such a weird story, but yeah.
And then all of a sudden, when they found out that Pee-wee Herman was an adult, it was like, oh no, I'm shocked. It's like, well, where did you find him?
Yep.
Bless his soul.
Okay, so I was just checking on the chat here. DJ Knight says, Jill on a wild night. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a wild night, definitely. And Gavin says, I bet the dog ate the Puckmarin 5 minutes after the end of the movie.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. No.
Don't be smart.
David and the brother protected it.
I'm with you, Gavin. It looks like it's covered in honey garlic.
Oh
dear.
That's a sweet and sour sauce little morsel for a puppy.
Oh well, good use of that. But also people were talking about how Kurtzman only uses 10% of his brain, like all the time, like all
Yeah, he's
total.
only that's all he's allowed.
It's kind of generous.
Yeah, it is kind of generous.
But that's the max. Like that's when he's like really concentrating.
I thought that was funny. And
yeah, that's when he's directing The Mummy.
Then Gavin says we use most of our brain for our operating system and we need space for upgrades. Our brains are exactly like PCs. Windows 3.0 was the best, says Gavin. And so that
I'm still a big fan of DOS.
I like Franco's answer, Windows 98 or XP. XP is my favorite OS.
What about Linux? Any Linux love?
I wish. I tried.
But you've got to set up a whole new partition for it.
Yeah,
You got to set aside space for it. So,
Yeah, I didn't
but
even
you could
try
also
bars.
use a disk called Knoppix, and then you don't have to make a partition. It's just on the disk. It makes
cool.
a pretend partition.
I didn't know that. Cool.
Mhm.
Can't
Now
wait.
that's cool.
It's gonna be great.
Please subscribe, hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat.
Yeah. And leave a comment after the stream is over. Go back and rewatch the entire stream and leave a comment because you love it so much.
You know, super chat. Go to the Discord. Why don't you become a member? There are member live streams that we hang out, and then you guys get to sort of decide on the topics. It's a great time being part of the anti-derivative Jills.
Yeah.
You
and
know
you can
what?
also
Thank you.
and you can also go over to my channel and give me some super thanks or
Shut up. We're talking about Jill right now. We'll get to you in a minute.
No, you can plug your channel, Theta. Yeah, people should hang out with Theta and to send him pretty things too. And so so that thank you for reminding me about the membership. We're gonna have a membership stream next Wednesday. And to celebrate that on this 4th of July, I will give a gift of some gifts,
Memberships?
membership gifts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
send some memberships. Let's see if I can. Where's the option?
Who can
I don't
make a
see it.
rainbow?
I can't
Fill
promise
it up
that, and
with
then it
love.
doesn't show up.
Yeah.
Where is it?
This is going to be so great. I'm going to absolutely adore every moment as you drive your own boat and you say to the masses that you're going to hand out some memberships. And then the memberships, what do? They come out
among us.
There it is.
Ay,
worked.
mi matey.
I was trying to do Robert Shaw from Jaws. How did I do? All right. I appreciate
Yeah.
that criticism.
Yeah, you did good.
No, there was no criticism. I enjoyed your voice. I always enjoy your voice. Anyway, Wallace says, "Remember the Guardians of the Galaxy? That Star-Lord was in essence like the boy in this movie."
At one point, yeah, early on. Yeah, he would have been, except for the horrendous abuse at the hands of Yondu. Everyone loves Yondu, but like he horribly abused Peter Quill.
Well,
but
they
he's
love him
funny as
because he
hell.
had an arc. He started like he was awful, and then he
See, but
Don't
he
forget to
wasn't-
love your abusive father, son.
He was strict, but he wasn't awful. He loved him. It's just he was a
He
pirate.
beat him relentlessly.
Yeah,
Why
but
did
he-
they were adversaries in the first movie?
He's a pirate, though. I mean, he kind of had to show
Yeah.
that force, but he loved him. I mean, that's why he didn't.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of an emotional softening on Yondu.
They did try to give him a redemption arc in the second as
Yeah.
it goes along, and
Yeah.
either you buy it or you don't, and it was good. He's
We
Mary
should-
Poppins. Okay,
But I'm Mary Poppins, y'all, and
He's
I
Mary
love Michael
Poppins,
Rooker.
Yeah, I
But
do
Jill,
too.
we've never reviewed of any of the MCU, have we?
true. No,
We should do
I'm
if we
not
do
qualified.
any of the MCU.
But I said that about Star Wars.
we should totally do the Guardians of the Galaxy first.
Yes, I love Guardians. I am qualified to talk about Guardians, but I'm
That's
still
all I'm
not
asking.
qualified to talk about Guardians. I can only talk about the movies. I don't know the comics, but I guess it doesn't matter.
I only know a little bit
but
about
we're
the
never gonna match
comics.
up. We're never gonna match up with the people who. Well, Theta, do you know?
I know some of the comics. Yeah.
So
Okay,
it would
so
be
let me
interesting.
just yeah,
It would be an
definitely. But
interesting
first,
thing.
I want to say who got free memberships, gifted
They weren't
memberships by
free,
me.
gifted. Yes,
Well, they're not free. They're free for you, but I paid for them.
I paid for
So,
my membership. What the hell? you?
Classic Comics just became a sponsor. Orphan Zane.
Orphan Zane's
RVM.
awesome. I love.
Oh yes, he
Orphan
is.
Zane.
He's cool. RVM 371 also got one, as
Nice.
well as Joe Lamont.
The Shadow knows. No, that's Lamont Cranston.
Lamont Cranston. Yeah.
Damn it,
JT Kirk.
JT.
Yeah. Over on
Iraq.
Admiral Teagues and Sean.
Franco Walker says, Raul Julia, I'm on Windows 7. It's not bad. I read it as Windows 8. Well, Windows 7 is better than what we got now, so.
I'm
Oh,
on a
LDG.
Commodore 64, and I get a cassette tape of StreamYards once a month, and the prices keep going up.
LDG. Cassette tape. LDG says, Pee-wee, yes, you entered right at the right time for this live stream. We're just getting into all the Pee-wee stuff here. And yeah, it's a great movie, definitely. And RVM says, thank you, Jill. Really appreciate it. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Nice sound effect. Bad dog. Yeah. No, Bruiser did not eat the Punk, whatever.
The honey garlic alien.
Yeah. Puck Marin. There it is.
Yeah.
So let's move on. Let's move on from the Puck Marin laughing and Max laughing. We did that already. These slides, you're behind. It's just a matter of the fact that now things are not going so well for Dr. Faraday. He lost these important discoveries, and now he has to talk to David's dad.
Wait.
Bill wants to talk to David.
Do we have the script for that? Can we do a reading?
Do you really want to do a script of this?
Yeah, I want to do the reading of this phone call. Yes.
Really?
And I want to be Dr. Faraday.
Okay, let me think of some dialogue that happens here. What else could go wrong, right? You know,
yeah. We just
what else could possibly go wrong?
That's it.
Okay. Well, okay. So I didn't copy
so
this
who's
dialogue.
Gonna be the dad? Who's going to be the dad?
What do you want?
Like, I guess Theta's a dude.
I guess.
Like it makes the most sense that you and I do it. Are you okay with me being? And when I say do it, I mean recite the dialogue.
Yeah.
Are you okay with being the dad?
Yes, I'm fine with being the dad.
Okay, so this is going to take a little bit.
Sure. Hey everybody, welcome to an anti-derivative Jill show. This is where I hijack things for my own personal entertainment and hope that you think it's entertaining as well. I want to be Howard Hessman on this 4th of July. Jill, if you'll just give us the go-ahead whenever you're done.
I will let you know.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip what the technician says. Like, oh, you got to talk to him, this dad. So we're just going for Bill and Dr. Faraday.
Yes.
So that's Bill.
But also, tonight is Friday Night Frolics. There are going to be frolics on Friday night with your host, Overlord DVD, the Doomcock. It is a celebratory sitch. It's nice to see LDG, Free the Net, who is hosting the memory of a good friend. That would be Bird of Prey 5. He is with us in his hearts. In his hearts? What the hell is he? A Gallifreyan?
In our hearts.
That's it.
He has multiple.
And it is a celebratory day. Whoever you want to spend your time with, I hope you do. As long as it's consensual. Compliance. Theta, do you have anything going on in the next couple of days?
Yes, I actually just got my Patreon set up again, so I'm going to be posting some stuff over there again. I got my Teespring store. I got new merch over there, and I'm going to be working on upgrading my Discord, and then I'm putting together a streaming schedule so I can really kick ass this month, so that next month, on my birthday month, I can not have to worry about bills, and I can actually start putting together my series, Dead Franchise Busters, that I'm trying to
that sounds
put
awesome.
together. So yeah, I'm trying to do that.
The phone call is prepared, and that sounds good. I hope it all goes according to plan, Theta, over the next month.
So, yeah, absolutely. Don't forget to subscribe. I just broke my desk. So I'll start. I'm Dr. Faraday, and you're Bill. All right.
I am Bill.
I just lost two of the most important discoveries of the 20th century. What else could possibly go wrong?
Dr. Faraday, how's David?
Well, actually, Bill, it's been kind of a rough day for all of us around here.
Well, is he they're there now? Can I talk to him?
He just seems to want some time to himself. Know what I mean?
Well, just tell him to call me as soon as possible. Will you do that for me?
Oh yeah, sure. I will be glad to have him call you as soon as I see him. Okay, bye, Val.
I don't believe you, you son of a bitch.
I don't think that you're all that concerned about your son. Don't you understand? He is the cornerstone of one of the greatest scientific achievements.
Give me
in the
back my
history of
son.
mankind. Give me back my son. That is the perfect answer.
That was a great ad lib at the end of that phone call there. Great job. That was fun. Well, that was time well spent. I didn't expect that to be that good. Wow, great job, guys.
Oh, I am an actor. I do have movies on Amazon Prime.
I have movies on X videos. They're terribly shot.
Wallace says, "Hey Scotty, do you mean Howard Hessman, Dr. Johnny Fever on WKRP in Cincinnati?"
The same.
Yeah. Do I have that?
Well, we have Booger.
Well, yeah, I know, but I just wanted to play this.
Aww.
I wanted to get
That cat's planet was hit by a comet, and that cat is an orphan.
No.
Oh, sure, it's fine. It's fine if it's just like a little goo gummy. But if it's a kitten, everyone gets all upset.
So, where am I in my notes? Okay, so we did the phone call.
He looks like
and Bill buys it. Yeah, it's really Borg ship is kind of reflective too, isn't it?
Needs more green.
True. Everything needs more green.
Well, not this. Like I want the boy to be safe.
Well, Dr. Faraday also wants to talk to the last person who spoke with David, so that's how we get to Carolyn again. And Max is ready to perform the mind transfer of the star charts from David's mind to the ship's computer.
I love that it's. But what? The only problem
is that David finds out that Max has never done this before, despite saying it won't hurt. But no, it's fine. It ends up being okay.
Well, and they do this twice.
Okay, I'll play. Wait, what? What? I don't know what this video is. I'm gonna play it. Let's see what it is.
It's a laughing one. Oh.
Yeah, that's the scan.
He was scanning to get the star charts.
Yes, and it was that easy.
I think the only reason that the storytellers, the reason that it's in the script, not in the narrative itself, they build it up as being like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. You could get hurt. And he's like, oh, I don't know. And then he completely and totally just was like, all right, fine, give it a go. I think that pays off later when David says, yeah, I want to go back in time. It's like, I don't know if it's going to work. And it's like, I'm willing to take that risk. Like he's already risking in this instance.
It's true. He could have gotten scrambled here. His brain could have been turned into mush.
Totally. And then all the aliens that are in the cabinet could have eaten his body.
So he had to have a sense of courage to do this.
Well, and also trust.
But that's why you got to go to Oz and get the wizard.
Oh, that's a good point, sir.
Oh, I never thought of. Yeah, no, that's not a bad.
I have to rewatch. You know what? Not only the wizard.
I'm doing Return to Oz soon.
You know what? I have been irrationally angry at the Wizard of Oz for a very long time. And I think it's about time I revisited that.
Give it another chance.
Only had a heart.
No, it's if you only had a brain. And
Well, no,
then
it's
what
both.
is it? I thought there was a different song for the heart. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's been a while for me too.
I'd love to
I just
watch it.
I just
I
remember
haven't seen it in forever.
those trees freaked me out when he was
Well,
plucking the
meanwhile, back
apples.
on the spaceship.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I really thought Jill was going to pick up the slack on that
Oh,
one, but
I
it
did.
really
I did, but I forgot to unmute my microphone. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Fine.
I was
I did.
I was wondering why you were quiet.
So what happens here is now Max seems more human after having scanned David. And this, I'm gonna play this video.
Yes.
Whoa! This can't be happening. I think I've gotten some stuff out of your head that has nothing to do with navigating this ship.
You sound just like a human.
Whoa!
I love this moment for several reasons. The first reason is that when he scans David's brain, he gets his star charts, but then he gets, I guess, a little infected.
Yeah.
By
He starts
He
learning
gets
Earth.
infected.
Yeah, he starts learning Earth culture and like starts immediately regretting everything.
From a 12-year-old, I might add. Like, this isn't a representation of all of humanity. It's from a 12-year-old from Fort Lauderdale. And I like that. Still capable, the ship, Max, but infused with another personality aspect, which I like. I like that transformation of character within the narrative. I think it's great. And it also helps David and Max to be able to communicate more freely.
True.
Yes, and so since it did absorb all of his memories and everything, for some reason it's decided to take on the personality of his little brother, his 8-year-old brother. And so they do this.
You done bored?
Butt face.
Scuzz bucket?
Yeah.
I love that butt face.
Yeah.
What an old school put down. I love it.
Right.
What,
And then
what was
he
it? Pizza face. Someone brought up pizza face earlier. I haven't
Yeah.
heard that in forever. I wear
Yeah.
glasses. I haven't heard Four Eyes.
True.
When was the last time you heard someone in real life say Four Eyes?
Oh, not in like over 2 decades.
Not in real life.
Yeah.
No. But I think probably the first personality of Max was too proud to admit why he crashed into the electrical towers because he left that part out. But now that he's got a personality switch from from David, he says that he was examining the daisies, and so that's what happened. That's how he crashed.
Very interesting.
And Max flies them back to the stratosphere, but this time it's not because it was an order from the Navigator, but because he's in a mood. They're arguing and calling each other's names and just fighting.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, excuse me.
And David
Classic
says,
Steve Martin.
David says that if he was flying the ship, they'd be home by now, and so this prompts the ship to decide to. Whoa, where did my slides go?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
I've got to bring them back. There they are.
There they are.
Okay. It's very disarming to just see that. So then, yeah, there we are. We're back in the stratosphere again. But this time, Max is gonna let David fly, so he shuts down the ship. And of course, David doesn't know how to pilot the thing, so he's like, "No, we're equal."
Yeah.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Is there a problem?
No, someone requested that, and I was looking for it. That's probably what made everything go wonky.
Oh. Oh, that is what made it go wonky. Yeah, StreamYard, if you switch between brands, sometimes StreamYard will do funky things nowadays.
Well, I broke it.
No, you didn't break it. The new owners of StreamYard broke it.
I did it. I knew it was wrong. I did it anyway. I'm a criminal.
No, you're fine. You're fine. There was a request. I just didn't know there was a request because you didn't put it on the screen. There it is. So they're calling each other geeks and everything. And David orders Max to turn the engines back on, and he says, "I'm sorry, you're not a geek. We're equal, okay?" But they're in a free fall, and so we get our Star Trek reference for this movie.
But notice they're in a free fall, and he isn't like up at the ceiling. So again, this is a kind of a from earlier.
Not consistent.
Yeah.
Not consistent, yeah.
But also,
maybe this
like,
is,
I am willing to forgive it.
I am too. Yeah. It was just something I thought I'd point out.
But
No,
yeah,
you're
that's
totally
the point.
cool. You're absolutely correct.
I'm glad you pointed it out. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
So here's a few videos. Here's one.
Okay, Turkey, you fly it.
Okay, quit fooling around.
Turkey.
Yeah.
That
I used to
that
have
doesn't jive, Turkey.
I used to have a history professor who called us turkeys. Then here's the Star Trek reference for the movie.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Scotty to bridge. She can't take much more of this, Captain.
Yep.
And it also gives us some of the free fall. And now the ship's only.
I was about to give it credit, being like, "Oh yeah, no, a kid from 1978 would get that reference," but it's like, yeah, a kid from 2005 would get that reference.
Yeah, true.
Mhm.
It's such a popular phrase.
So now the ship's only 20K feet away from crashing and continuing to fall. Max uses you're getting colder, you're getting warmer game to help David find how to turn on the controls.
Yeah, but it's completely like, did you think he was gonna die?
No, but
There was no tension.
No, but it's like a roller coaster, that you've never ridden before. It's just like you don't know what's gonna happen.
That's a great way. That's a great way to put it. You know you're safe on a roller coaster, but your body says this is not safe.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Wow. Well,
What? You've never heard me acquiesce so quickly?
No. I love the analogy. It's a perfect one. No way, Jose.
Much appreciated. We need to bring that back. Bring back No Way Jose. Make No Way Jose great again.
Well, we can't say Jose.
Yeah.
It's a name.
Nobody says No Way Jose anymore.
No,
well, you
Jose.
Can't make that joke.
It's great.
I'm gonna go find a bar of soap for all of the things that I. What? Before I what?
Oh, well, you're gonna eat the soap before you say the thing, but if you don't say the thing, you don't need the soap. So you did a good job.
Maybe I just like the taste of soap, Jill.
Okay, so then there's this.
You hockey puck, it's right under your nose.
See, this is one of the things that I find absolutely fascinating is that hockey puck used to be a derogatory term for black people.
Really? I've never heard that before.
Maybe well, what color are hockey pucks?
No, I mean I understand now, that you pointed out, but I've just never heard that.
Yeah, that's not a pejorative here either.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that I don't understand, and this is why I love pejoratives in general.
Yeah.
I love being able to use any. Why don't you slam your split tail shut? which is a pejorative against women. It's really weird, the etymology of that particular idiom, but it's like, why would you call a small Caucasian boy a hockey puck? Now, the actor himself, I could be misinterpreting. The actor himself was from Canada.
Yeah.
Still is, from what I understand. And so I just don't like when people. I absolutely remember when I went and I said this movie is woke. It is. So
it's not woke. This movie is not woke.
It is. It is.
No,
it just
it's
called a
not.
white
No,
guy a
you're-
hockey puck. It's weird.
No, it's not.
So, but the thing, no, but here's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying, but I didn't get any racial implications from that.
That's because you didn't understand the outdated racist pejorative.
That's true.
Anyway,
too.
what I'm saying is that
I don't know if that was the intent.
pejoratives are used for the purposes of being mean to you. If I call a Japanese person the N-word, do you think I care about where he had his his ancestry came from? If I start swearing epithets at anyone,
Means you're an asshole.
It means it means you're being aggressive. And
hey, have a good day, Donnie. Happy 4th.
But what I'm saying is that if you use words that are negative,
yeah, Donnie says, I must go now. Thank you all. See you again this evening. For others, have a fun and safe 4th of July. Well, I mean, but it's just not interesting. It's just so boring. It's just like, okay, you're just gonna call somebody names. It's just not helpful and not fun. And
well, you're being nothing but a Nancy.
Freddie called Jason a hockey puck, says Bravo Julia.
Yeah, but that was making fun of the
Franco Walker says, I thought hockey puck was just calling someone thick. Yeah. Oh,
I thought it
that
was
would make sense. That would make way more sense than the weird stuff Scotty's saying that that Franco Walker thinks Scotty is making
the
it up.
entire reason that hockey existed was so that there would be a bunch of white guys on ice hitting a black thing.
No, Scotty,
are you kidding me?
What are you saying?
That's what I thought.
I mean, you're the Canadian here, so I have to assume
I'm not a good Canadian. I don't know.
Obviously, you're not the good Canadian.
You must be an expert on hockey, but I have no recollection of that.
I actually played goalie for a hockey team down here. So
okay, I think Scotty's just getting really silly now.
Yeah,
I am actually really getting silly.
I think so.
But come on, the logic checks out.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
But you know what?
This is the last time I hang out with Americans on American Day.
You had me going for a minute until Franco Walker said that, and then I was just like, okay, that makes a lot.
Yeah. Canadian Spider-Man says he's making that up. It's all lies. Everything he said is just lies. It does sound like lies.
Yeah.
and speaking of
lies are just jokes with surprising endings. Anyway,
it's true.
So Max claims he's just shut down to teach, and they went into free fall just to teach David how to fly. But David knows better and realizes that he almost died. You know, like he thought his life was in danger, even if we didn't.
Yeah.
And so we get this response. Here's a video. We're almost through all the videos, sort of. Here.
Oh, a threat. Oh, I'm really scared. Look, I'm shaking.
See, maybe this is why I'm acting the way that I am. Is I'm identifying with Max. Oh, you're the Navigator. All right.
Yeah, you're going over the cliff. So
like James Bond.
Max reminds David that he only knows what David did. And David didn't know how to get anywhere. So how is he going? So he has to listen to Max when piloting. So okay, so this is all very strange because now they're sharing brains, brain and brain.
Hey, Jill and Scotty, I hate to cut
Yeah.
out, but I got to get some stuff done before tonight.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm gonna.
understandable.
I
Hey,
gotta.
Understandable.
Data.
I tried to be timely with this live stream,
No,
but it was
no,
just so hard.
no.
Data,
Don't
can
worry
I
about
ask
it.
you a favor? Can I
Of
ask you a
course,
favor? Can
of
you give me
course.
5 minutes so I can have a quick smoke before you go?
Okay, go ahead.
You're the best. Fucking A, yo. Sorry about the swear.
No worries.
Okay, and oh wait, hold on. Data, could you tell us what's going on with you in
Oh,
YouTube while
oh,
I figure out
yeah.
how to do this?
Okay, so Hail Grid Gang, come to Theta of the Grid on YouTube. I also have a Patreon. I have a merch store at Teespring with some new merch over there. The only corner of the digital wasteland where pop culture meets power cycles, karaoke collides with conspiracy theories, and we break down the multiverse with style and probably mild emotional damage. So hit that like, follow, smash the like, and or just sit there looking pretty while the rest of us glitch our way through the cultural mainframe like a bunch of sarcastic space nerds with no exit strategy. Become a member and join the rest of the Grid Warriors. Welcome to Theta of the Grid. End of line.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Perfect. Thank you
Cosmic
very
Theta
much.
Theater is going to be returning on Sunday. I think we'll be watching Total Recall this weekend and something else, another surprise.
I want to thank you so much for being here, Data. You provided so much cool stuff for the stream, and
Dude, Jill, it's always a pleasure to be on your stream, man.
I only wish I could have gone a little faster so we could have all made it through. I wanted to finish
Oh
40
no,
minutes ago,
no,
but
no, don't worry
this
about
movie's
it.
too much fun to talk about.
It
Apparently,
is, it is. I mean, I had a lot to say too, so don't worry about it.
Mm.
I
So
I
I'll
was
see you
getting
around.
distracted with other things too, and
Yeah, but you know what? That's
it
part
was
of
a whole lot of fun. Yeah,
I've been told that it's part of the fun. Sometimes
exactly.
the tangents are fun.
Yeah, and I'm so
Yeah.
excited to be able to go and do my own clipping of screenshots now that you taught me the ways of the force, and
Yeah, power is
so
yours.
yeah, exactly. And I still want to invite you on when I do the episode tapestry and some of the other Q episodes. So
Yeah, absolutely.
if you would do
Talking
that.
about Q would be so much fun.
Yeah, I really want to do some video about the entirety of TNG and how, it's basically one big Q episode, but I kind of want to go through some of the episodes like Tapestry in particular because it kind of like it's a what if
Are you doing
Picard
that
had
one at
taken.
Christmas time?
I'm going to be doing it probably in November.
Oh,
Maybe
that's a good time too. It's close
yeah.
to Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a Christmas episode.
Yeah.
That is the TNG Christmas episode, if there is one.
If there was, yeah.
Yeah, it's a wonderful life.
I love you're exactly right. It is mimicking It's a Wonderful Life. I love when Q comes in and he's like Jean-Luc Picard and with those flowers and the girl has to leave or whatever. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, we're gonna be doing that. So thank you for having me. And I always enjoy being on your streams, so it would be great
Oh
to get
yeah,
you on
and
one of
it's
my.
always great. It's always
Yeah.
great for me to have you on my stream. You always have such interesting stuff to contribute whenever you
Thank you.
decide to join.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope so.
And together we will bring back No Way Jose.
Yeah. Yes. Make No Way Jose great again.
Mm.
Yeah, so if y'all have any suggestions on another movie for a double feature this weekend, and also I'm going to be doing
Zardoz.
game nights. Oh, Zardoz? Okay. I'm also going to be doing game nights again. So
Hey.
Scotty, if you want to come and do use your words too and stuff like that, like we did that time, it'd be great to have
The only
you.
thing I'm good at is using words.
Yep. You're great at it. So All right. Well,
Thanks,
now that
man.
you're
I saw
back,
Zardoz for the first time recently. I was
I, s-
blown away.
I've only seen parts of it. I need to see the whole thing. So
It is
that's got to
a
be
it,
one.
it is a manic but
You know what I
beautiful.
might do though? I might do Buckaroo Banzai and Total Recall.
Hells yes.
There you go.
That sounds like a good pairing. But all right,
Well, thanks,
now that you're
man. It's
back,
good to
thank
talk
you
to
so
you.
much. Hey, it was a pleasure to be around, man. Thank you for having me. I'll talk to y'all soon and have a great day. And yeah, I'll talk to y'all soon.
Yeah, talk to you
Happy
later,
America
Data.
Day.
Happy America
Happy
Day.
4th.
God bless America and God bless you all. Much love to you all. May the power protect you, and I'll talk to you soon.
Mhm. See you soon. And Franco Walker also says, take care to Theta. Thank you. So, and Trev Retro will be reviewing Star Trek 2, 3, 4, and 6 in December. I didn't know that. What in the hey? I don't know what's going on with Trev Retro. I guess
Why
maybe I should be watching his shows to find out.
why is he omitting the two best Star Treks?
Yeah, that's right. That's true. He is leaving 2 out. Like I love all 6, and I talked about all 6, but it's his channel. He can omit
Oh no, toads. But like
some good
2,
Star Trek.
3, 4, and 6. It's like Star Trek the Motion Picture is the best to get the
Yeah,
crew
that's the
back
one.
together. And
Yeah, that's the one
5
that was
is
directly had direct involvement from Gene Roddenberry.
Gene.
Yeah,
And
it had his
5 is the closest in spirit to an original series Star Trek episode.
well, it's
Next
kind of
to
like a fever dream of
arguably Star Trek Into Darkness.
it's a
So
fever dream of lots of
not
episodes.
Into Darkness, Beyond.
What?
No, the two Star Trek movies that really capture the spirit of the original
You
series.
had me until you said JJ movies.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, and I know we've clashed against each other on this, but I think Star Trek 5 is most like an original series episode, and I think Star Trek Beyond is most like those two are really, really good at capturing what it was like to watch a Star Trek episode in 1967.
I don't remember Spock crying like that, and
Spock
without
doesn't
actually
cry
having.
no, Spock doesn't cry in Beyond.
What does he do? He does something that is out of
He
character. He does
laughs.
several things. He laughs or something,
He
but
laughs
not
with
for any
Dr.
good
McCoy.
reason. Not for any good reason though. When it
Yes,
happens
with
in the original
great
series, it's for
reason.
good reason, and there's no good reason.
We're gonna have to review it someday.
Yeah, gross. Ban Scotty from the channel. Yeah, thinking about it. And anyway, it's a different.
No,
it's all a
you're
different.
not.
JJ movies
I've
are
said
all
worse.
different. All a different universe, completely different outside of original Star Trek. 0% of it has anything to do with real Star Trek, so I don't have to worry too much. Jedi Master 2022 says, Theta, you can join my panel anytime if you want to talk about Lost in Space. But also Jedi Master has a potluck once a month too. That has that varies in topics, so that's fun too.
He's a good man.
Yeah, oh, Wallace wants to know what Theta thinks about Trelane being part of the Q. Of course, I think a lot of people think that Trelane is proto Q. Why not?
I have bad news. They recast Trelane.
Oh, right. But that's once again a completely different universe outside of the original Star Trek universe. So we don't have to worry about what Strangled Noodworms is doing to the Star Trek franchise because it's a separate universe.
We should have a conversation about that someday.
Well, maybe someday. Sure. But right now, Canadian Spider-Man is saying the reason is probably the old saying back in the day that only the even number Star Treks were good, with the exception of 3 and First Contact. Or wait, TSFS?
No, Star Trek First Contact was Star Trek 8. So it was still even.
Well, I thought he was saying First Contact, but it says TS. FS. I avoid all Jar Jar Abrams movies. Yeah, good call.
I don't know. Mission Impossible 3 is pretty good.
Canadian Spider-Man says she is right. And yeah, I like to say that Scotty deserves the right to be wrong, but of course, these are all just opinions. Scotty is, of course, entitled to his.
I don't remember asking
and it's only
permission.
a joke. It's only a joke when I say it is. He's entitled to his wrong opinion. The Search for Spock. The Search for Spock is great. Oh, okay. Star Trek 3. Okay. See, I know Star Trek 3 is a Search for Spock. I just don't.
Are we done
put
with
it in an
the
anagram
Flight of the
like
Navigator
that.
yet?
Are you?
Well,
no, we're
if you're
not.
just gonna
But
sit
I was
here
going through. I was going through the chat, and so I just wanted to
Sure.
engage with the audience in that particular
Please.
moment. And it
I
does make
forget
sense that we should
sometimes.
go back to the movie, but I don't. That was a bit aggressive. So maybe next time say, you know what, we have a movie. Shouldn't we get back to the movie? And then I would say, yes, Scotty, that's a good suggestion. We should go back and talk to Carolyn because she's gonna tell the family the truth about where David's been all along.
This is why you're better at HR.
Yes. So they don't exactly know where they're going because
Do you wanna
David got
share?
a D. He got a D in geography. And there's Carolyn telling the truth to
Well,
the
we have
parents.
to. We would like to see it.
You would like to see it? You'd like to see the slides?
Yeah, if it's not.
You would like to see the slides, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, there's the family.
What the
learning
hell
about-
does that mean? You
I don't
would
know.
like to see the slides, wouldn't you?
I just
Mhm.
I just felt like being sinister, okay?
It's fair. I was adversarial earlier. We're cool. I hope.
Yeah. We'll see how the next few minutes go.
Yeah, true.
So Carolyn is taken away. She's got to be questioned back at the NASA base, and they also tell Bill that his family needs to stay home. Meanwhile, David's flying around having a ball. Do I have any videos for that? I think I do.
Well, they go to Tokyo, which I think is very strange.
Yeah, they do go to Tokyo. Let's see what this. I don't know why I put that way here.
The slightest little move of my hand, and we go that way.
Oh man, that is so rad.
Yes, then we have.
Like what an ab workout as well. You outstretch your arms as if you're flying, and then you shift from side to side with both arm and core. Like, yeah, these people are fit.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. If you have to fly the ship like that. Agreed. It's not this. Yeah, definitely tactile. So the ship thinks it's found Miami, but like Scotty says, it's really Tokyo. And I have a video.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew this was Tokyo.
You are such a liar. I'm taking over.
Now, that has to be like a composite shot. Like, that is just some people
They're just
with stock footage displayed behind them. Maybe it's rear projection. I don't know. But this looks like a lot of like, and I found an emotional connection to this film. But when they're doing the whole like, let's traverse the globe, it's like Tokyo.
I like that though.
No, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, because they were already where they needed to be, so it's kind of fun that they get lost and end up in Japan. So they got to get back to the U.S. and they got to travel all the way across the the country, starting with California. So that's where they're going to go now in the slides.
Well, and
We'll
also
see
for a
how-
12-year-old to say, "Take me home," and then we'll get there when we see Big Al.
And they do mention that David hardly knows how to get to the corner store, so having him try to figure out how to get to Florida is a tall order.
I don't know. I'm always a sucker for any sort of cinematography that includes the reflection of a computer monitor on glasses. I think that that's faboo.
Mhm. And question Carolyn, she just says she's trying to be friends, and then we get the Golden Gate Bridge, and I have a video for that.
Look, that's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat.
That is, yeah, we do get a certain level of it is dated.
Not what? But
Well,
I know the
no.
reference. You mean they don't still use that for Rice-a-roni? They don't still use that jingle?
Have you ever had rice-a-roni?
Yeah, it's not that great.
But I thought it was the San Francisco treat.
Yeah, I know, but it's the song is more fun than the actual rice.
Well, and also when you're making a movie about a boy displaced in time, you do kind of want to date it. You do want to say,
True. You want to know you're in the 80s.
I'm being hypercritical, and I apologize.
Yeah. See, you just answered your own question.
I had to work through it.
Yeah, you're okay. So David hears the car head, and loud music is blaring, and these young adults are not very helpful. David decides that it looks like Texas because I guess he knows the topography of Texas somehow.
Nice.
And,
well, did you get offended?
No, I just.
You just knew it wasn't Texas.
I just didn't really see anything. Like, it's just, yeah, there are parts of Texas that could look like this, definitely.
You don't have shrubberies?
Yeah, we do have shrubbery. We have lots of trees. Like, but I didn't see any landmarks. I would like a landmark.
What did you want?
We're gonna have Texas.
That's a good question. What is the
Like
primary landmark of Texas? I was wondering this.
Oh, I don't know. Well, there are several landmarks in Texas. There's the Alamo, but that would be right in the middle of a city. They would have
Yeah,
gone
but that looks
right
like a
in
bungalow made of clay.
San Antonio. There's lots of.
I
Well,
suppose maybe I should remember the Alamo. I've been told.
Yeah. We don't need to sit
stars-
here and list all the.
Well, yeah, no, you got the Alamo, and it's not necessarily something that defines the skyline.
No.
So, do you have like a skyscraper or like a space needle or something?
Something sort of, yeah, also in San Antonio, but I forget what it's called. It's not called the Space Needle. What is it called? It's not.
The Texas Tower?
No, the Towers of Americas is what it's called.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Can you show me?
That's also in San Antonio. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I could show you. Yeah.
Why? Oh, is San Antonio the capital of Texas?
No, it's just where I was born, and it's the one that I know the most about. So.
Oh no, we have one of those in Niagara Falls. We got one of those. Hell, we got the CN Tower.
And Franco confirms the Tokyo background. It looked fake.
Yes.
And,
but
there's that
what do you
Texan
do?
guy.
What is up there?
I forget the name of it, but there's like a big Texan statue guy. I forget what he's called.
The the Exxon erection.
No. There's
I mean, in terms of making a big building, is all.
Well, when did Buc-ee's come out? They could have just put a Buc-ee's since it's the middle of nowhere. Hello to Christian Fandom Geek.
Hey, man.
Wallace says that the ad jingle for Rice-a-roni is far better than the actual food item. Yes.
Yeah, If I want to make rice-a-roni, I just drop my rice into chicken broth.
Mm.
It's
Oh
not that
yeah,
difficult.
chicken broth, some tomato sauce, and seasoning of
Well, it sounds
various
like
sorts.
jambalaya. Drop some
Yes.
shrimp,
Yeah. Oh, or sausage and sausage. Why not?
sausage, and shrimp. Yeah.
God. Okay. And then we
Welcome to the Flight of the Navigator recipe guide.
Look, it's a little puppet. It's so
You can
cute.
put this. You could put this sour cream and onion little munchkin into any of your dishes. And it'll make
Yay.
it taste
No
like
eating the
magic.
gremlin. No eating the
Ah,
gremlin.
come on! You
Leave the
never let
puck.
me.
Leave the puck Marin alone.
But I want to eat him. He's so cute.
God, are you gonna be like Alf now with the cat?
Yes. Well, it's like earlier when David says, like, Max says, "Oh, aliens are approaching," and it's like, oh, they're not aliens. They're human
Yeah,
beings.
they're humans, but to Max, they're aliens.
Yes.
And here are the young adults. I found out later we're supposed to think they're teenagers.
Well, and here's the thing with that.
I wonder if that's that Twisted Sister stuff Carolyn was talking about.
It was created specifically for the movie.
Yes.
So there's no full version of it, but it is sampling The Cure's "A Man Inside My Mouth."
I'm sorry, what?
There's a song called "A Man Inside My Mouth" by The Cure that is used to make this song.
Well, I'm sure that there are fans of this song, but I just don't swallow it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. I was trying to find stuff out about the soundtrack. And that's one of the things I discovered.
Man Inside My Mouth.
So anyway, Max wants to find more music because now he likes music. He's kind of like really interested in music now.
Well, that's called music.
I want to hear more music.
Can you pick up radio waves?
And as much as I would have loved to get a clip of this, as much as I was brave to show the new wave bands or songs, I am not brave enough to play Beach Boys, and I am not going to be playing "I Get Around." I have a feeling that would kill my video. And
well, it is such an interesting thing that "I Get Around" by the Beach Boys is like it was highlighted in many movies. Like the Beach Boys were very much on a resurgence in the 1980s. Like you had Surfing USA in Clap for the Wolfman, sorry, Teen Wolf. And then you had the Beach Boys heavily highlighted in Good Morning Vietnam here as well. I thought that this was going to be another crossover where they were going to play Tequila. But no, like it's something that I remember slightly from AM radio in the 1980s. It was like, oh my God, you could listen to the Beach Boys all the time if you wanted to. You just have to scroll through the AM. But yeah, no. The 1980s loved the Beach Boys. So much so they repainted them in neon. Also,
Canadian Spider-Man says IMDb does not list Texas as a filming location. And he also says, I knew Scotty wasn't going to resist. And Franco says, "I Get Around" by the Beach Boys is so iconic.
It's fine. It's not my favorite.
And they were used in a Bond movie, but it was cute in this movie to show
No, that
not
was
just the music, but to show
California
Max
Girls.
to show Max how to dance And Max does some dancing, and it's really cute. And I guess maybe I could have clipped it without the sound, but I didn't think of it.
No, the Beach Boys were in, I think, Spectre. So yes,
They were in a Bond movie, apparently. So they make it. They finally make it to Florida. They know they're there because they made it to Al's Gator City. And so, yeah, I
that
think they
must
also
be
flew
Big
through.
Al.
They also flew through the Grand Canyon, proving that they were never in Texas, because that would come before you get to Texas. And also confirmed by
Well,
Community Spider-Man, not
they were
not a
heading
filming
east.
location.
They were heading east from Tokyo.
Yeah, but you would hit the Grand Canyon before you hit Texas.
Right, and that's the direction they were going.
Yes.
I accept your apology.
Well, I mean, maybe it wasn't the Grand Canyon. Maybe it was
Just
Norway.
another
I
grand
just have no
chasm.
idea. Yeah, it looked like a Grand Canyon. Wallace says it seems like the Beach Boys were the band of choice because of the music by the Beatles were highly protected usage. But I figure the Beach Boys are protected too, and I didn't want to play them. So Max,
At this point, didn't
like
Michael
using-
Jackson own the Beatles catalog? 1986, I think. Like
You're going to be the expert on this.
Well, I'm hardly that. But I thought like Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog. There was a bone of contention between Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson. Anyway.
Franco says you're right. And Gavin says
Whoa.
Michael Jackson owned the rights in the 80s. So well done, Scotty. David asks Big Al for some change to call his parents. And Al is so busy staring at the ship, he just gives David all the change in his pocket.
I think that this is one of the best performances in the history of cinema.
Just Al standing there and gaping astonishment.
Yes. And his reaction at the end.
Well, and he doesn't even react to the insult here.
Thank you.
Hey, Glimbo! Oink oink! Too many Twinkies!
Yeah, but if you got a cyborg fucking yelling at you.
Yeah.
Also, I have to say that after I saw this movie, I did use that insult on a bunch of chubby guys that I knew in grade school.
Like, you're making it sound like they were all collected together and you used it all at once to all of them.
No. I would be like, they would,
Just
you
one
know
at a
how
time?
kids can be cruel.
Oh, when you were a kid. Gotcha.
Yeah. So
Gotcha,
kids can
okay.
be cruel, and it's like, oh, you're just a skinny weirdo. And I was like, oh, too many Twinkies. Oink, oink. So, yeah.
So it was helpful.
Well, still hurtful.
Yes. Well, but
Anyway,
it was,
I gotta go for a second.
You were returning their energy.
You forgive for me too much. I'll be back in a second. I have to go and do some burgers. I'll be back.
Okay.
I actually have burger duty.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm gonna get to the end of this movie so I can go have barbecue.
What's on the barbecue?
I'm not gonna specify which.
What's gonna be on the barbecue, Jill?
Barbecue.
What's
Okay,
on the barbecue?
Probably, well, it's usually chicken fajita, beef fajita, also chicken quarters, and lots of stuff. Oh, what else?
Can I have a chicken nickel?
Sometimes there's steak. A chicken. A
it
nickel.
Doesn't make any sense. It's
no,
just
corn.
ridiculous.
Corn's usually on there too.
You're gonna grill corn?
Yeah. You put it in aluminum foil and cover it up and grill it. Just throw it in there. I don't know, some other stuff and things. Anyway.
All right. Well,
you gotta
I'll be
leave.
back as quick as I can.
Okay. So David's calling his parents. a family pulls up to use the facilities, and the kids are interested in the saucer. And the little girl is wearing an Epcot Center t-shirt, and the little boy is wearing a Miami Vice t-shirt. And Epcot was brand new at the time. It was a new theme park, just opened 4 years before 1986. And Miami Vice started in 1984, 2 years earlier. So that's their shirts are of the time. And the dad is complimenting Big Al on the saucer, but he's trying to figure out how it's hovering. It's kind of mysterious. And the joke is that Al is still catatonic this whole time, which Scotty is saying is a fantastic performance. And what keeps the kids from actually exploring the ship is the dad, because he's worried about insurance. No, these places don't have insurance. Don't explore that ship. So David gets a hold of Jeff, and Helen keeps the NASA guys at bay, which is pretty good of Helen, so that Jeff can talk to David. David needs some directions to get home. David asks Jeff to give him a signal to know where home is, and Jeff agrees to figure out how to signal David to get home. David gets a map and uses the remaining change to buy a Nestle Crunch Bar. I think it's a Nestle Crunch Bar based on what we see later, or a generic type of it. And then here's the video that I'm going to use for my outro when this live stream is over. I'm going to use this video that's right here.
See you later, alligator.
So that's cute, right? And so then David's back aboard, the ship flies off, and it shocks the visiting family, obviously. And Big Al has his only line in the whole scene. He only says one thing. And so, of course, in that case, I had to get it in my videos.
He just said he wanted to phone home.
So that's the movie's appreciation of E.T. in the movie. And so now David is going to be looking at it. Now David has to figure out how to get home. He's in Florida, but he still has to figure out how to get to Fort Lauderdale specifically. And so, of course, he finds a sign that helps him. So he saw the sign, and it opened up his eyes. Oh, there's the Crunch Bar. Chocolate. Yeah, Canadian Spider-Man chocolate. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that reminds me. I will be having a live stream on the Canadian Spider-Man channel where we are going to be reviewing New Zealand chocolate. Myself, Canadian Spider-Man, and Carla Burton on Thursday, this Thursday coming up. Yes, nice line. Phone home. Yeah. I'll replay that for Scotty since he was saying that was the best performance. And so we're going to analyze what he means. And no, Gavin, nobody is barbecuing the Pac Marin. No. I'm surprised they didn't take out a gun and try to shoot it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, wait a minute. I'm reading upside down. Let's read right side up. Okay, so yeah. So Christian Fandom Geeks telling everyone happy 4th. Gavin says it's a puppet. Yeah. Yes. And Franco has 4 Beach Boy albums, only 3 are bad tracks on. Wallace says it seems like the Beach Boys were the band of choice. Gotcha. And that was the confirmation. I read that earlier. There we go. And so they argue and they talk about which roads to take because Since they don't know exactly where they're going, they can't just go a straight line there. They have to follow the roads that actually tell them where they're going, since David's using a map very specifically to get where he's going. And so he finds the sign for Fort Lauderdale, which was a good call because it was established that he has no idea what he's doing. So the fact that he has to get a map to figure out where to go makes sense. But it's a good thing he could read the map, given his D in geography. He could still read the map. So David is still a pretty smart kid. And then we get The Price is Right on TV, and I was upset that it was not Bob Barker, but as Scotty was saying, this was because this of the time period. I never watched The Price is Right in the 80s because I'm a 90s kid. Well, I mean, I might have, but I was a baby in the 80s, and so I only had memories of the 90s. So I had no idea there was a different host of The Price is Right during the 1985 to 1986 season. And so the host we see here is Tom Kennedy. And oh, I guess I didn't get a slide of Tom Kennedy, but I got a video. So let's play the video. Meanwhile, back at the home. Oh, I still didn't get a picture of him. But anyway, it's true. So Jeff is also going through some old junk in David's room to find out something to send a signal to David. And so that's his goal, and hopefully the grown-ups are too busy being bored because everybody looks totally bored. And so he finds the fireworks from Jeff finds fireworks from 8 years ago that he's going to use to signal David where to land the ship. And this reminds me of the Roman candles used in Galaxy Quest to bring the ship home in that movie. So my Galaxy Quests have gotten the idea to use to use fireworks on the run as a runway signal. Maybe. I don't know for sure. But what I know is that Jeff takes the whole box, sneaks outside while everyone is inside being bored. There he is. There's the not Bob Barker, Tom Kennedy. Yeah, I watched Price is Right when I was a kid. Anytime it was a daytime during the week and I wasn't at school for some reason, I had perfect attendance, but there was always that time where, during summer or spring break times when you'd be home and you could watch it. So, unlike Galaxy Quest though, these are 8-year-old fireworks, so they're not very good. A lot of them don't go off very well. They keep flying in small parabolas and crashing before taking flight. Before one of them finally is successful. Yeah, and so finally one makes it. I have a video of the success. And so David remembers that all his friends are 20. And I was thinking, okay, I guess that thing with Jennifer's never going to work out. But of course, we've discussed already that the original plan was to make Carolyn actually somehow be Jennifer and walk that back. But all those scenes were deleted. The actress who played Jennifer, the little girl, was supposed to reveal herself as being Carolyn all along, and so since that storyline got nixed, that's why there's a hanging thread in the movie that you think, hey, I want a kind of a resolution for this, but nothing happened. That's why there's a hanging kind of thing that happened that had no payoff. It was intended to have a payoff. So then Max says that taking David back to his own time is too dangerous because apparently humans are not fit for time travel to the past in this movie. And of course, there is that modern take on time travel that even if you do go back in the past, you're going to go to a different timeline if such a thing is existing in a fictional medium. But we are not discussing a modern time travel movie. We're discussing Flight of the Navigator. And this movie does use malleable timelines in the same timeline where you can go back in time and you're in the same timeline. Paradoxes and all, even though, of course, we don't encounter any in this particular movie. And David unfortunately realizes as he gets home, he comes to the realization. Do I sound like I'm getting bogged down? I'm sorry. I was just talking about time travel. I'm all good now. David realizes they will never really leave him alone. And Max knows David's afraid that the men will take him away. If he stays here, they'll never. Yeah, NASA will always want to study him. They'll always want him to come back to the institute just for one more little test. Just let me study your brain just a little bit. And Wallace says the syndicated Price is Right was hosted by Tom Kennedy during the 80s, but it was completely canceled before the 1990s. It is so confusing to me, Wallace. I don't even understand it. I don't know. I don't know The Price is Right without Bob Barker and then Jim Carrey later. So I actually have never really looked into the history of The Price is Right. So all of this is news to me. Not really being very conscious of the world in the 80s. That's being basically a toddler, at most a kindergartner. And so of course Max makes it home thanks to Jeff. Jeff firing off Max's David makes it home thanks to Jeff firing off David's fireworks. Yeah. So everyone's surrounding David. Everyone says, "Hey, isolate him." They want to get him. And Helen wants to reach him. His parents want to reach him. So do the other men. And this is all just very, very overwhelming for David. He's trapped and he can only think of one thing to do. And that
all right,
is
Jill. Jill, I'm on location outside beside a barbecue. I am making hot dogs on the 4th of July.
Wow, that's fantastic. I love that your family is celebrating our Independence Day. Hooray.
Well, we are terrible Canadians over here. The wind in the background is obviously from the nuclear fallout of the nuclear bombs that recently dropped on Montreal. It is exceedingly hot, and we would like to thank the United States for our emancipation from the British Empire, and now that we are under the grateful leadership of the United States, we are so happy. So happy. Please
well,
don't
it
kill
happens in Fallout, so anything can happen.
Yeah, no, I'm just making fun. But I am outside making hot dogs.
That is cool. Well, you keep saying hot dogs and hamburgers, and now I'm getting hungry.
Well, I was hoping.
So this is David's decision. He says, here's the video.
Away from the ship.
I'm sorry. I don't belong here now. I love you. Take me.
Spidey's also celebrating USA Today.
USA Today? It's my favorite newspaper.
USA.
But yeah, but this is also the same thing that happens in the earlier when it's like, oh, we're gonna scan your head, and he's like, is this gonna hurt? And he's like, well, I've never done it before, so you're gonna be in trouble. And then it's like,
David knows he's in the wrong time, and he doesn't want to be
can't-
there where
Yeah,
he's never going to find peace.
But Max,
Even though
can't
his
take him
brother
back
is
in
cooler
time
than him.
because it's so dangerous. It's like you could be vaporized, he says.
That's right. So he's choosing either vaporization or getting back to his family the way that he knew them.
Well, and also
so
he
that
does
he
have a
can
very good point.
grow up with them.
Well, he has a very good point, is that if he gets off the spaceship in front of all of those NASA people, he's going to be treated like a guinea pig for the rest of his life.
Precisely. Yes.
Yeah.
That is exactly true. So he either lives with that or he risks his life to go back to the time where he's meant to be in. And David's willing to take the chance at this point. He's made this big decision. His family, save his mom, already thought he died. So, but this is actually he's actually putting his own life on the line. Now he might actually die.
Not David.
And David has to make his choice. He's made his choice. And Max says they'll miss each other. And then we get our backwards time travel in the same timeline. And of course, it is a malleable timeline. And so it is.
Well,
he's
you
going
don't
back to
really
his original
know.
timeline.
You don't really know.
Well, okay, you thinking he's going back? He's going to a different timeline with a whole different family who is exactly the same as his family that he left in 1978.
Yes.
Okay, that's possible too.
Like the thing is that,
but you just got
the entire intention of
the way
the
it's
alien race is to pluck beings off of different planets and then take them away, but then also return them back to when they were abducted. So it is a map, like it is kind of like Captain America taking back the Infinity Stones to the moment that they were absconded with. So I don't think that this affects any timeline.
Okay, so here's the time travel graphic.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I do love that. I think those special effects in terms of the time travel dilations, I think that they're incredible. It looks like traveling at the speed of light, which this movie does such a good job at maintaining Einsteinian relativity. So, anyway, I got to flip the burgers. I'll be back in a sec.
True, this movie does talk about the theory of relativity, which we talked about earlier, the fact of nature, which was covered extensively. Were you here for that? I don't know what you were here for or not here for. So, yes, he's lights flashing, it's otherworldly, and so David is laying now in the same ravine that he fell in at the beginning of the movie in the same timeline, or in a completely different timeline with completely different parents who are exactly the same as his parents from the original timeline. I hope the captain's everywhere. Who cares? We care. It's fine. He can be. He's allowed to exist. Gavin Blackburn says, "I'll have cheese on my burger and tomato sauce, Scotty." Oh, Gavin's giving his cheeseburger order to Scotty. Hopefully he's listening. And this time, we're back to the parents being younger. So we've got younger parents. More like how David really remembers them. And of course, having gone through this adventure has changed the emotional maturity of David, and so he's starting to appreciate his family more, having almost been ripped away from them, or at least ripped away from the family that he knew. And so now he's expressing his love and affection to his mom, and then even to Jeff, which is shocking to Jeff. He's like, "Ooh, who are you?" Like as if David has been invaded by the body snatchers.
Yeah, but I really, really like the affection that is there.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, and Jeff actually doesn't seem as much like a jerk, like in this moment.
Well, no, he feels exactly the same way. Like, he's not less of a jerk. He's just taken aback by his older brother being nice to him.
Yes. And that shows
I
that
think it's lovely.
When you lead by example, leading by example is what David is doing here. And so, of course, Bruiser is back to being an excitable pup. And, of course, then everything is not exactly the same as before, because now David has a little alien sidekick.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Marin. The Puck Marin is now there.
Jill, I used to live in Australia. And I was moving between states in Australia, and I had some apples. And there were signs for like 50 kilometers. That's like what, 30 miles before the state lines. Sorry about the breeze. And it was like, throw away your apples, all of your any sort of produce. We don't want your fruit flies in our state. And that's what it was. It was like a quarantine against, invasive species. What the hell kind of cancer and AIDS does this little troll doll have? What infection happens to the earth after this little monkey gets on our geosphere?
So you're saying the invasive species phenomenon is going to happen because of this one little creature, and it's going to cause a global pandemic.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to turn into Planet of the Apes. This is the prequel to Planet of the Apes. It's going to turn everybody into a monkey.
Maybe, but David's happy.
Well, goody.
The Puck Marin will kill all the squirrels. So Gavin says they should feed it to the dog. No.
Well, he is covered in honey garlic.
All right. That is your head canon.
Yeah, it is. Totally. I would eat that. I would eat that thing.
Franco Walker says energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Also referring to Wallace's comment, Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is E equals mc squared. I talked extensively about that previously during this live stream when in regards to the home planet of Max's ship being 560 light years away, and the absurdity of the light speed travel that would be required to get the ship there in 8 years. It would essentially need a warp drive, we figured out. And so that's just an abbreviated version of it. For the full version, check out other portions of this live stream. Also, I've got a video for the fireworks at the end here. Let's see, where's that? Here it is. All right, that's all my clips. Let's see how much trouble I get in. Hopefully none. So yeah, that's the Flight of the Navigator. What a fun movie.
What a
I think
wonderful world.
it's adorable. It's just so cute. It has all the right twists and a travel adventure for a young kid who now appreciates life way more than he did before. I know at the beginning of the movie he said he didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I wonder if now, after this, he has a better idea of what he wants to do.
Yeah, hook
He
up with
definitely know.
Jennifer. Sarah
He knows
Jessica
how to.
Parker thought I was hot for a second, so I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go say
exactly.
hi.
Exactly. That was supposed to be what happened. Was of course it was supposed to be Carolyn. Jennifer was supposed to be Carolyn, and
Yeah,
that
but
was supposed to be the reveal. But they
David
mixed.
now, like, and this is the thing. This is the time travel ishness. Is he's gonna be like, I'm gonna wait until I hear of a band called Twisted Sister. And then I'm going to ask Jennifer to go to that concert. And she's going to fall in love because she's just as hot as that chick from the future I met.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just glad
Also,
they did have a plan to incorporate Jennifer, but it's disappointing it did not make it to the movie.
yes, we're all very, very concerned with Jennifer. But also, did you know that Twisted Sister was in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? And it was based on a phone call from Paul Rubens. He called Dee Snider and said, do you want to be in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? And they were like, yep.
Wow.
So there is a through
Serendipity.
line, and that might be apocrypha. I don't know if I'm telling the truth.
Oh, I was believing you. Like,
no, but
wholesale.
it is adjacent to the truth. I'm not making this out of whole cloth. Like, this is
Okay.
There is an adjacent affection.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that it was apocrypha because that does at least give some honesty to what you're saying.
Well, it's a good story.
Thank you.
Hang on a second.
Yeah,
The
it is a
burgers
good
are
story.
almost done.
It's
I'll
a
be back
good
in a
story.
second.
We all hope it is true.
We do.
Another-
Look it up on your own. I'm just saying, get your own sources. But I think, like, if you want to trust me for a moment, I think that Paul Rubens and Twisted Sister were friends. That's all I'm saying. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, that could possibly be true, but there's something else that could have been. There was meant to be another subplot that where Max's masters on Phelan were angry and they wanted to destroy Max's ship because it failed to return after its research mission, but and they also were upset that it seemed to be a rogue AI who was going around copying specimens' memories, specimen being David, of course, and storing it in its memory bank. So that would have been kind of interesting to get a bit more antagonism from the actual aliens that sent the ship out to begin with. It would have been very cool to meet them. We, of course, never do in this movie. But I definitely appreciate it. Was a lot of fun. And Franco Walker says Dee Snider was in Sharknado as a sheriff in the Old West.
I was in Sharknado. I played a shark.
You played a shark in Sharknado. Wow.
Yeah.
I have never seen Sharknado. Have you?
No, but I was in it.
Oh, okay. Right. That is often the case for somebody who's in a movie.
I didn't
they
like
don't
my
go back and watch.
I didn't want to watch. Yeah. It's like our podcasts. Like, I never go back and listen to what we talk about. And it's like, Scott, do you know what you said the other day? And I was like, no, I never listened to this.
Yeah. Yeah, if you did, you'd be horrified.
I would be ashamed. Yes.
Wallace says, as Porky Pig says, that's all, folks. I will see you over at Jimcock's Friday Night Frolics live stream tonight. Yes, Jimcock is celebrating the 4th of July, and it is a lot of fun because he knows a lot of patriotic songs and stories, and you can bet something new is going to happen tonight.
Bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her from the thing to the thing and the thing.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you, Scotty, for hanging out with me to talk about Flight of the Navigator. It was also I didn't know what to do for 4th of July, and you told me this movie, and you were right. It is a 4th of July movie. It ends with fireworks, and it starts with fireworks.
So does yeah.
Ends with fireworks. It's great. Great fun.
I'm glad that you know what it was so good to be able to revisit this with you. Like this is I don't know, it's a Jill movie. Come on, there's spaceships, time travel, little kid, precocious.
It is. It is. I love it. If it, yeah, as I said at the beginning, if it shows up in a theater somewhere, I'm taking my children and trapping them in the theater to watch this movie.
I'm gonna
give them
start a
popcorn and
Patreon
stuff,
for you just so you can get a projector, and then it's gonna be like the special
Oh.
edition VHS. We're gonna get you a VCR and have it
A
be able to hook up
VCR?
to a projector. Yes,
Oh, I need a VCR now.
it's
I
gonna be
haven't had a
full screen.
VCR in decades. My VCR broke.
I'm sure your audience is far more advanced than I. They can figure out how to make it so that you can show a big screen. Just send her a projector. It's like $100. Anyway.
And a projector. Well, anyway, and also thanks to Theta of the Grid.
Yes.
He was here earlier and he provided a lot of fun. He was such a good addition to this live stream. He really loves this movie, and I could tell he had a lot of fun talking about it, and I enjoyed having him on too. And also thanks to everyone who showed up here in my chat today for hanging out with me. Also, it means so much. It's,
Nikes.
You know.
Would you like a 4th of July surprise?
Is there a surprise? What's the surprise?
Well, I don't know. So, oh no, it won't go that far. But no, he's shy. Baxter.
The camera shy? Oh, there he is. He's in the corner over there.
Anyway, he was closer earlier.
Oh, okay. Man, we missed
It would have
him.
been better.
If he would have just stayed still.
He's fickle.
Well, thank you for giving it a try. Anyway, if anybody wants to know what Baxter looks like, I could just put this right here.
You can just show him.
Show him. That's Baxter.
Anyway, I gotta go.
He's not
I'm out of time.
I've got to go too, which is why I was saying thank you to the
but
chat.
Jill,
but if you want to do that thing that you
Jill,
love
that
to do,
reminds
or
me.
you
I
just
have this
leave-
lengthy
well,
story about the history of my life.
Well, I was just wondering why you know when I'm closing the show, and you always want to leave before we close the show, so that I
It
have
started
to
in
close the show twice.
1909.
You know what? Just shut up and tell me what you're doing on the internet.
I don't even know anymore, man. I hang out with you and Cinema Gulp and the Phantasmagorium. You can find me on the XCOM at ScottyR37. And don't believe everything you hear. Because usually it's bad cover songs. Anyway, I got to get out of here.
That's true. That's true. Okay. Adios, amigo.
Oh, am I leaving now? Or I thought I was going to close out the show with you.
Well, I want to close the show with you, but I never know what you're doing. I just want to be prepared for your craziness. But yes, and I just want to briefly thank the people who are still with us right at this moment. Thank you to Franco Walker, RBM 371, Wallace Lang, I said Franco Walker. So Penny was also here, as well as Canadian Spider-Man, both on Rumble and YouTube, only coming back to YouTube because he was lonely over there in Rumble Land. And
Can I tell you a secret?
I don't even think I said hi to Matchy. Yes?
Yeah, we did. I said hi to Matchy.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Well, but he likes it better when you do.
Well.
Anyway, oh my stars.
What's the secret? Is there a freaking secret or not?
No, I gotta go. That's the secret. I gotta go.
That's okay. Bye.
Okay, bye.
I'm just gonna say thank you to everybody, and I'll close it out.
And make sure you give them kudos for me.
And thank you for celebrating my country's holiday. I didn't celebrate Canada Day, so I've got to make it up to you somehow. I'll see you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, see, I figured he was gonna go. Then he said he wasn't gonna go. Then he said he was gonna go, so it's fine. Open spaces, cows and guns. That's what I think of when someone says Texas. Yes, that's right. So if they really wanted to make those kids in the car seem like they were Texan, when the spaceship opened up, they should have just all pulled out their rifles. That would have been hilarious. Franco, you fix the scene. That would have been amazing. This channel needs its own doctor, so we can stand Scotty down on medical grounds. Oh, I think he was just well, you know what? He had his problems, but I think he was mostly good. I don't think I have to edit anything out anyway. And that's always a good day. So Trev can review whatever Star Trek he likes. I love Star Trek, and if he's gonna be reviewing those shows, I look forward to it. Trev Retro has a great show. I love the way he frames his movies and his discussions. They're so fun. They're just like this one, except a lot shorter. He doesn't spend 5 hours. He'll get it. He'll get it. He's a lot quicker. So. Hey, I don't think I said hi to Keith E. Speaking of not saying hi to everybody, just stopped by number 33. Like button. Have a great 4th. I don't know what Keith E. was actually trying to say. But thank you so much for being here, Keith E. I'm sorry I didn't catch your chat immediately when you got here. And I'm just going through saying thank you to everybody who was here, like Raul, Julia, and DJ Knight, and LDG. LDG, you know what? Why don't we hang out anymore? I want to hang out some more. Well, it just depends on who's streaming, and when we can meet up on the same stream. Tune the News says hello, and I never said hello to Tune the News. How on earth did I miss you? And speaking of missing people, I definitely don't want to miss out on saying thank you to everybody who is lurking, who are just listening to this like a podcast, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for listening. And also whoever wants to listen to this on the replay. Hello from the past. And Gap After Dark. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Very good to see you. And this was Scotty R37 posting the link to the video that is a documentary on this movie that we talked about today, Flight of the Navigator. And if you want to know more about the special effects used in creating this movie, all the details can be found therein. And so that actually expands this live stream to that. So as a follow-up to this live stream, if you want to know more about the movie, check out that video. Great stuff. And check out that documentary and also the one about the protagonist of the movie who in real life robbed a bank, or at least attempted to. I don't know how successful he was. I guess I'll have to watch the documentary to find out. And also Christian Fandom Geek was here too. Thank you so much for hanging out. And that's always fun. Oh, you know what, Franco? You said shut up, Wesley, and I never played it for you. And that is my fault. I cannot. He has already shut up, so I'm going to play 2 videos, muting my screen so that it sounds good. So we're going to play both of them here.
Sir, I know this may finish me as an acting ensign, but...
Shut up, Wesley!
And since he is gone, we'll also play.
Thank heavens he's gone.
Just for Franco Walker and his amusement. And his help. Thank you so much. You're an amazing wrench, Franco. Thank you for hanging out and helping out. And thank you to Sentai Donnie. He was also here at a certain point, and he left to go enjoy his holiday, as I will be doing shortly myself. I've got to make it to my family also. So after this, I'm going to run around and get everybody ready to go have some great, great fun. And you know, you gotta love the excuses to all get together and enjoy family time. And if you got something going on later, I hope you enjoy your day too, whether it is a holiday for you in your location or not. Oh, yeah, this should have been the poster, Gavin. You'll believe a UFO can fly. although once we meet Max, he's no longer a UFO. He's been identified. So he's only a UFO until David walks up to him and the stairs melt. It's such a pure, innocent movie, and it's just a blast. Okay, Scotty should have his own comedy show, but needs a straight man. Theta. Oh, yeah, Theta. Yeah, they could be a team. Definitely. And that's true too. Scotty does make insightful points, and he brings color and depth to any live stream he is in, whether you like the depth or not. And it's just like caviar. It's a matter of taste. Scotty is also very challenging. It will challenge your senses. Although I'm not sure if he controls the horizontal or the vertical. We'll have to catch up with him on that one to ask him. And I'm just scrolling to see if there's anybody I missed. Also, we had Rob Wright, Gen X Pop Culture earlier. Great to have seen you and Old Man Bird earlier. I definitely don't want to miss out on saying hey to Old Man Bird because he sent a couple of super chats. I think one for $4.99 and one for $9.99. Thank you so much. And also thank you to RBM371 for your super chat too. Finally getting to the point where I remember your number. Lord Thoth. Hey, Lord Thoth was here also. Awesome. It was good to hear him or see him. At one point he said, raise shields. I do not have a raise shields button. What is that sound? I hear a sound. Hold on just a moment. That was my daughter. She is okay. I just had to check on her to make sure all was well. And it is. Everything's fine. And I think that's everybody. Yeah. If I missed any of you guys, you're probably way at the beginning of the stream, like Classic Comics. I hope I said hello to you. I hope I said hello to Brogu. Once we get to the top of the page, I can't remember all the time whether or not I've said hi. And Nim, thank you for hanging out too. And I hope you have a great rest of your Friday, rest of your day, wherever you are. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. And Sharknado is what the heck? How did you return? What? Now it looks like
here I come to save the day.
I just said goodbye to every